Um, our first speaker was out of town, and I would have loved to have had him yesterday to kick things off. But he is the director of this beautiful place that we're using this week, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about it. And I told him that even though we were an invasive species group at a bamboo farm, that we had to behave ourselves. So, Norman Winter, the executive director of the.
Thank you. I presume that with all the bamboo here, you think that I'm the Prince of Darkness. But I assure you, I inherited it, all right? But this has been just an absolute terrific place to work. And I couldn't be more thrilled to be here. Just to give you a little bit of background, I have about 15 years as a horticulture specialist with Mississippi State University. After that, I spent 2 years that really changed my life. And you know what, it's nice to be gray-haired and have life changes, isn't it? 2 years, I was the director of the National Butterfly Center in Mission, Texas. And this is 100 acres on the Rio Grande, and it's like, here's the land, and right there, maybe where those hollies are out there, is Mexico, the Rio Grande in Mexico. And so that was absolutely thrilling. 216 species of butterflies have been seen there. In those three counties, ecotourism or nature tourism is like a $350 million industry. First, they're coming to watch birds, butterflies, and believe it or not, dragonflies. And so with 100 acres, we had about 70 of it in the wild that had trails through it leading down to the river. Then we had probably the other 30 acres with visitor center and organized plantings of native plants. And I can tell you the weather forecast for tomorrow in Mission, Texas, 98 degrees, 30-mile-an-hour wind, no chance of rain. So that's a tough place for a plant to live, but it's an amazing place when you think about 216 species of butterflies that find that paradise, you might say. When I was offered the job here, I was so excited because of the history that's involved here. And it's a rich history with a lot of colorful characters. And I want to kind of take you through our history a little bit of the Coastal Georgia Botanical Garden. Really started off with this clump of bamboo. Mrs. Miller got 3 clumps of Japanese timber bamboo from a rice plantation in 1890. Now, Miss Miller also married Mr. Smith, so this became the Smith Farm. Well, this gentleman right here, this is Colonel Dayton. Well, he wasn't a colonel, and he actually described himself as a chore boy. In other words, he led a hand-to-mouth existence. He took care of this bamboo. And what was really, really, really rare at that turn of the century is he was selling bamboo shoots to a restaurant in Savannah. And so he had a passion for this. Now, Colonel Dayton, when he got worried about the bamboo, he got worried that the farm was going to be sold, it was falling into disrepair, and he says, it's got to be saved. And somehow he knew about Dr. David Fairchild, who was the head of the USDA Foreign Seed and Plant Introduction Program, all right? And so, and of course, Fairchild, to me and to a lot of folks, Fairchild is like the Lou Gehrig or the Babe Ruth of plant exploration and of horticulture. So he wrote Fairchild a letter and said, I'm growing Japanese timber bamboo in Savannah, Georgia, selling bamboo shoots to a restaurant. If you don't come do something, we're going to lose this Japanese timber. And so I would imagine that his letter, being him calling himself a chore boy, that his letter probably had misspelled words, probably had bad grammar, and Fairchild, being a very learned guy, his dad was president of Kansas State. He had uncles and grandfathers that started Berea and Oberlin College, so he's pretty educated. He probably said, if there's a Japanese timber grove in Savannah, Georgia, I would know about it because I'm Mr. Bamboo. You know, I'm thinking that that's probably what Fairchild thought. Put that letter, file 13. All right. A few weeks later, in walks Colonel Dayton into the USDA in Washington. Said, "This is the bamboo I'm talking about." And I would imagine then Fairchild's eyes got big and said, "Holy smokes." Because at that time, Fairchild was already growing bamboo, trying to grow bamboo in Brookville, Florida. And it was really a failure for the soil conditions. So let's move on a little bit. There's Fairchild on the right and Barbara Lathrop on the left. April 2nd, 1917, they made their first trip to Savannah together to see Miss Miller's bamboo. And Fairchild was so impressed. And he said Fairchild wanted this. Now, first off, let me tell you, so Barbara Lathrop, who was his good friend, he called him Uncle Barber, funded all of Fairchild's plant explorations after they met in 1893. And Lathrop was like, to me, he was like probably the Bill Gates of his time. His family was super, super wealthy. They were attorneys, and they really made their money, their big, big money off the Chicago fire. When the Chicago fire burned everything, these guys built skyscrapers and Marshall Field, so they're rolling in it. Well, Fairchild, you know, and Lathrop, he fancied himself being a plant explorer and bringing plants in. And so Fairchild said, "Uncle Barber," he said, "how would you like to own a bamboo grove on the Ogeechee River?" And Lathrop says, "Well, I don't want it, but I'll buy it for you." And bought this land for $5,000, leased it to the USDA for $1, and in 1919, it became a USDA plant introduction station. But this is a shot in 1917 that Fairchild took of the coastal highway. Doesn't look like much of a highway, does it? But you see how the bamboo is growing there. Well, here's how Fairchild describes it. He said, "I told Uncle Barber that if this grove and the surrounding land of the Smith farm could be given to the government, we would establish our cold-hardy bamboos there and distribute from it." Hence, that's how we got started. And I think at one time we had as high as 150 species of bamboo here. We're now maintaining about 70. But this was Miss Miller's house, or the Smith house. It was a two-story house located just down this road out here. And this was a letter that, this is an excerpt from a letter that Fairchild wrote to Barber, April 19th, 1921. He said, "The moonlight streams into this room in the old house in the bamboo grove, and I am all alone here, and it's very weird. I love this place and wish that you could stand a roughing it, which is required to spend the night in this old house." So the fact that Fairchild, you know, he loved this place, that just makes it all the more wonderful to me. Now, hopefully you're familiar with Fairchild Tropical Garden in Miami, or maybe you're familiar with the Kampong, which is where Fairchild lived in South Florida after he retired. Kampong being a Malaysian term for a cluster of houses. I guess it's kind of like the Kennedy compound, or you hear that on the news. You say, "What's a compound? I want a compound." And I think probably the Kampong was a Malaysian compound in Florida. Well, Fairchild also did something else that's kind of neat. He married the lady on the left, Alexander Graham Bell's daughter. So we got pictures of the Bell family out here. Now, I'm going to say something for those of you with hair like mine. All of you that are younger won't understand, all right? If he married Daisy Bell, Alexander Graham Bell's daughter, who was his mother-in-law? Ma Bell. First time I did that, folks, first time I did that, everybody in that room was about 30, went right over their head. I blushed and tried to dig my way out of that deal. So so that's kind of neat. This place is associated with people that we read about in history books. Well, if you look at our bamboos, and you look at the trees and the shrubs and the stuff out here, there's a plant explorer connected to bringing those to the United States. Greatest plant explorer of all time probably was Frank Meyer. Fell off the boat in the Yangtze River in 1918 and really died a mysterious death. But we've got the Georgia champion Chinese pistachier, which he was responsible bringing Chinese pistachier in. We got bamboos that are tied to Frank Meyer. He was really responsible for bringing about 200 plants into the United States that have impacted the green industry. And today, when the USDA gives a plant exploration award away, it's the Frank Meyer Award. Then we've got bamboo from this gentleman, Edward Avery McElhaney. Now, before there was a USDA plant introduction station, the USDA was contracting with him to grow bamboo and some other plants in Avery Island, Louisiana. Y'all recognize the name? This is Mr. Tabasco. And so, hey, if I was a plant explorer, that's what I'd like to look like right there. And so he was probably about 20 years old in that picture. Then in our greenhouse number 2 here, we had another big project with Henry Ford and Harvey Firestone. We were growing up to 34,000 goldenrod plants trying to get latex to make tires. Now, Ford lived in Richmond Hill in the winter, and he had a big experimental farm there, and it was actually called Ways, Georgia, there. And they were working on dog fennel to try to get latex out of there. But the person in charge of the whole project was Thomas Edison in Florida, and he was working on those more tropical plants. Of course, synthetic rubber was invented, and goodbye research projects. But that's what greenhouse number 2 looked like when I got here. Really neat architecture, neat the way the cranks worked in there. And I said, oh, I would like to fix that where it's usable. And you know what? Hurricane Matthew came in and did some damage, and my insurance came in and I got it working again. And so, a hurricane can be, a well-placed hurricane can be a good thing. I still need to do a little bit of woodwork on it, but I am delighted to see it working. And we just found the 1939 video clip. And it's this old pickup coming in through our old entrance, runs through the gate, turns into these greenhouses that are all shiny and new. We thought that these greenhouses were really built after that, but it shows they're a lot older than what we thought. And you see the first superintendent planting plants, and you look at that and say, that's our bench. He's using our, 1939, and we're still using it. So wherever you look out here, there's a tree, a shrub, bamboo that's got a story to tell. This is one of our Georgia champions. My guess is this is national champion. This is Alex rotunda, Lord's holly, also called Kurragane holly. And there was a little rusty tag that said, we got seeds April 28, 1934. From Dr. Albert Newton Stewart, professor of botany at Nanking University, Nanking, China. So 2014, we got ready for the 80th birthday party. Cake, lemonade, all out there. But I decided, who was Stewart? Why did he bring us seeds? Well, first off, he and his wife were Methodist missionaries. That's why they were in China. Well, then in 1931, he became a collaborator with the USDA, which is why he brought us seeds. But like the explorers, most of these guys have a story to tell about their life. And he and his wife are eyewitnesses to what's called the Nanking Massacre. Now, I'm practically a history major. I never saw that. 300,000 Chinese were murdered in a massacre just prior to World War II. And he was put into prison camp for 3 years. When he came back to the country, he became the curator of the Oregon State University Herbarium. Neat story. So I called them and I said, "Do you know this guy?" And they said, "Yeah." He said, "He wrote to us." I said, "Well, he's the hero to us because we got the Lord's holly." And actually, we have 4 of them here. And we've seen as many as 850 cedar waxwings at one time feeding on this plant. It's magnificent. Families like to take pictures of it with their kids underneath it and things like that. At Christmas when we decorate, it is something special. But we have other champions like the Oliver's Taiwanese maple. This is the largest one. People will actually come by here just to see the fall color of this tree that'll rival a sugar maple. But that's some of the old history. This is kind of the new history. This room that you're in that had the $27,000 AV system that doesn't work right now, right? But this was a gift by Jim and Barbara Andrews, and this building has changed our life. This is what really has put us on the map of changing it now from USDA to UGA Research and Extension Center to the Coastal Georgia Botanical Gardens at the Bamboo Farm, at the historic Bamboo Farm. So now every weekend we have a wedding out there in that white lawn, in the white garden, and they'll come in here for their dance, their reception, and things like that. So that has really made a significant impact. We want to be a welcoming site on the I-95 corridor. You know, to us, you've got Fairchild down in Miami, you've got Lewis Ginter in Richmond. We want to be that place in the middle, that premier botanical garden in the middle that'll bring people off of the interstate. And right now, since we opened this building and we've been collecting sign-ins, 85% of our traffic's coming off the interstate. And that's great because we're now believe that we can bring them in from the town, like our Christmas lights, for instance, brought in like 25,000 people last year. So our future looks bright any way you look at it. When I came here, so this was just a field, and then when we opened it up February 15th, a couple of years ago, that garden out there wasn't there. But Tom and Dottie Davis, a local member of the Friends, they gave this money for the formal garden where you see those hundreds of Yopon hollies. At the top of the crescent, you see that new Sunshine ligustrum, which is a southern living plant. And then, of course, we have the white garden down at the end with those 3 custom pergolas. We call that white garden a place of long-term commitments. We certainly hope. But if you haven't been here for Christmas or you have that opportunity, this is just a truly spectacular place. It is worth the price of admission just to walk through these doors and stand on that terrace and look out there. We now have 1 million lights, and people, that shows you with the LED lights on the Yopons, and then the big 300-gallon Emily Bruner holly that was donated by a nursery in Florida. My favorite garden is the Mediterranean garden. And I hope that you'll have a chance to walk around, maybe you've already seen it. I love it for the texture out there. I love it for the fragrance. I love it for the spiky blooms and the hummingbirds and the butterflies. There's something always happening in the Mediterranean garden. This building was the superintendent's office, built in 1929. And they would drive through the gates. That was the entrance in 1929. On the other side of that garden is the conference center, which was a bamboo museum. So the plant explorers, when they would bring the plant material back, they would also bring bamboo artifacts. And you're seeing some of those in those curio cabinets out here in the foyer. But we're making an official bamboo museum. All of the bamboo artifacts, in 1980, they left with the USDA and they went to the Smithsonian. And then about 5 years ago, Dean Angle got a phone call from the Smithsonian and they said, "We need space. Would you like to have them back?" And the dean sent up a truck to get them, and we have them back. We're cataloging them. And then as soon as we have our house in order from the cataloging and also the docents, we'll be having that open all the time, whereas now it's really open on special occasions. But out in the Mediterranean garden, we've got the salvias that bring in hummingbirds, like this Salvia gregii, native to Texas. And every day, this is what you're seeing out there right now. This is one of my favorite group of plants. I never knew about them, and that's what I love that we're still learning. You can just keep on learning forever. And the dry land bromeliads are blooming right now. These were the Florida nursery growers plant of the year in 2010, but you see these spikes of flowers are probably like 5 to 6 feet right now. And the hummingbirds are hitting on those tubular flowers every day. That was cherry cola, this is silver nickel. And I shot that last week. But again, it's a wonderful place to texture. It's a wonderful place at fall when we decorate the entire garden with pumpkins and corn stacks and corn shucks and things like that, corn stalks. Our camellia garden is second to none. We have 1,000 camellias out there. We've got the Sasanquas, the Japonicas, the reticulatus, the hybrids, but we have 40 species. And most nurserymen and taxonomists and horticulturists have never seen many of these species. The canopy of shade comes from tall Castanopsis trees out there. Now, Hurricane Matthew did most damage in the camellia garden, but it has come roaring back with beauty. There's a tall Castanopsis tree in the background. But this is the first plant that I show a nurseryman when they come. And this is a cinnamon bark camellia, Camellia creightonelliana. And I tell the nurseryman, hey, instead of planting a crepe myrtle on the left and the right of the house, why don't we plant a cinnamon bark camellia? It's got that beautiful bark, evergreen foliage, and then in the fall it's got giant white flowers that bring in pollinators. We've got beautiful japonicas like this fascianata, variegated. The Frank Hauser Camellia reticulata. Frank Hauser and variegated Frank Hauser are the ones that typically win the camellia shows right now. But this is where we're headed next. This is our next big project, and that is our children's garden. This is being funded, the first million is being funded from the 1-cent sales tax or the SPLOST tax. And our goal is to fight nature deficit disorder. Now that's a little tongue-in-cheek, but this comes from the book, The Last Child in the Woods, this quote. And it was a little fourth grader says, I like to play indoors better because that's where the electrical outlets are. That's where the Nintendo, the Xbox, the PlayStation. We want to get the kids back out in the nature. And so we're going to have things like a kids' amphitheater. We're going to have an estuary base where they can learn about the Savannah, the Ogeechee, and the Wilmington rivers. We're going to have Toad Nut Hollow, where frogs shoot out water, except you just don't know when it's coming out. It'll have dragonflies. And then we'll have a compass with a butterfly garden here when they walk in. We'll have a fruit tree tunnel, wildlife lagoon. We're going to build a formal butterfly garden so they can see all stages of the butterfly. The butterfly laying the egg hatching to a caterpillar, the chrysalis, and then the new butterflies. We're going to build a bird area. At the National Butterfly Center where I was, our small bird area was just as popular as our butterfly area was, and I know if we build it, they will come. I want them to see the hummingbirds feeding on the Amistad salvias. Once we knew we were going to build the bird area, we decided, what birds are here? Let's start looking and start counting. And just to tell the truth, I need more eyes, but we're up to 132 species on the 50 acres right now. This is one that comes in every year, the Cape May warbler. He spends the winters in the Caribbean and spends the summers up north. Kind of a smart bird there, right? Beautiful bird. And you know, bamboo is just a grass, right? And when it blooms, of course, some of the stalks die, or maybe even the entire plant, depending. But it's a bird feeding frenzy when it blooms. And then we get in birds like the blue grosbeaks. All of them are coming to get the bamboo seeds. There's a rose-breasted grosbeak, and you can see he's got the seed in his mouth. Then we keep these guys around all summer. It is so fun. This is our small raptor, the Mississippi kite. You'll be out there maybe looking at a flower, pulling a weed. You'll see a dragonfly kind of off to your right, and all of a sudden you think you're being dive bombed. This Mississippi kite comes in like an F-16, picks off that dragonfly, peels back up, and it's just a sight to behold. And we usually keep 6 to 9 of them during the season here, and they just come back in the last couple of days. Then we've had some rare birds since we started counting, and this is the Wilson's warbler. It came in on January the 8th, left April 28th. And just like clockwork, at 4 o'clock, the Wilson's warbler would hop out of the bamboo and start picking off bugs. When it was here, there was only 2 on the East Coast, one in Florida and one here. And so we had people from all over coming to get their live bird for their list to see the Wilson's warbler here. When the Georgia Ornithological Society came into Tybee Island for their convention, those people came out to get a Wilson's warbler shot. Then we've also had this bird, American woodcock. Now, when I get birds and stuff, I post them on a group site called eBird. I think it's part of the Cornell project. When I put American woodcock that was here, immediately came back, are you sure that's what that is? And then I posted the picture. So it was indeed a rare bird. And you'd see him walking around like this, and you'd stick that long beak into the ground, and he'd pull out earthworm. And we got to watch him for days, and then the hurricane came in, and hopefully he survived, but we didn't see him anymore. We have a wonderful rain garden with native plants in it. This is the common bonaceae. It looks like a white Joe Pye weed. But do you know the great purple hair streak? You know, I find that most of our gardeners, they just know monarch, swallowtails, maybe Gulf fritillary. But the great purple hair streak, that's a $5 butterfly. Now, what do I mean by that? When I was at the National Butterfly Center, I'd been speaking to a Rotary Club, and I came back and I saw all these people gathered around by a lantana, and I said, what are they seeing? And they said, they're seeing the great purple hair streak. And they'd all just paid $5 to get in. I ran and grabbed my camera, and I went out and shot pictures too. And then when I saw it here, I wanted to shout, great purple! Nobody cared, you know. It's so wonderful. It's the biggest of hair streak butterflies. And it's so wonderfully made because, see, here it looks like an eye, and those look like antennas, and he's feeding here with his proboscis. And while he's feeding, these antenna-looking things move back and forth, back and forth. So if a mockingbird says, I'm going to have a great purple hair streak Happy Meal, where does he go? To the tail. And the butterfly gets away. But here's, to me, the biggest miracle of all. Monarchs have to have milkweeds. Gulf fritillaries have to have passion flowers. What does the great purple hair streak have to live? Mistletoe. Even mistletoe serves a purpose. So I love the great purple hair streaks. We also grow the rattlesnake master. And you look at the botanical name, yucca folium. Yeah, foliage looks like a yucca. And it sends up this stalk with all these white globes on it, brings in all kinds of bees and butterflies. And you say, well, gosh, is it going to bring in rattlesnakes? Is it going to keep them away? No, it was used to treat rattlesnake bites in the 1800s. But it's a wonderful perennial native. And then we grow also the liatris or gay feather, the blazing star, which is a Georgia native. You know, it's in the chrysanthemum family or aster family. I never paid attention to it. I just, look at those blue flowers. Never looked at it. It brings in a host of butterflies, fritillaries, buckeyes. And then this surprised me most of all. Who would have thought that brings in hummingbirds as well? And then out here we have the coreopsis. Now, you know, bless its heart, it's got a bad common name, tick seed. Who wants a tick? Coreopsis lanceolata. I've grown it, and you know what? I gave it too luxuriant of a soil. I gave it too much water. Out here in the rain garden, no love. And it's a massive blooms every year. This year, massive blooms. Then in mid-March, we get 25 degrees after we were 7 weeks ahead of schedule. Wipe that blooms out. Now it's in full bloom again, bringing in buckeyes and bringing in American ladies. And then, winding it down, I moved into a house in Rincon, Georgia. Across the street was this little granny lady, and I could see from a distance. I said, I know that lady's a gardener. I know what that plant is. It's our native mist flower, our native conoclinium. And I went over there, and sure enough, there they were. And I said, can I have a star? And she said, you can have all you want. It does spread a little bit. But I put it in our rain garden, and it's been a miracle. Just look at this picture. 7 Gulf fritillaries, 2 common buckeyes, 4 skippers, and 6 honeybees. Isn't that wonderful how Mother Nature times the bloom of this native plant with our peak butterfly season, and that it serves such a purpose? We also grow frog fruit. Anybody ever heard of frog fruit? That's a native plant in the verbena family. In South Texas, they'll use it as a lawn substitute. Native to Georgia, white flowers. Here it is with lantanas and agastache. Here it is in our handicap garden where it falls over the edge. But why am I growing it? Because I want the white peacock butterfly. I don't have the white peacock yet. 10 miles from here in the landings, they got the white peacock. But I know if I build it, they will come and we will have it. Then right outside the door, we're growing the buttonbush, one of the most unique flowers, intricately designed. I wish it was this size, really about the size of a 50-cent piece, but it brings in butterflies like the question mark. And out in the wild, the seeds are fed or eaten on by waterfowl. But this is what we want the kids to see: a monarch ovipositing or laying an egg on a milkweed. We want them to see that caterpillar that's hatched out and stripping the leaves, making it look like a pencil cactus. And then, of course, we'll have more butterflies. The leaves will come back. The flowers will come back. My last 3 or 4 slides here. You know, Frank Myers is the one that discovered the Meyer lemon. All right? So Myers a hero to us. Meyer lemon. You know, we're growing Meyer lemon. Well, here comes the giant swallowtail. And what's that giant swallowtail doing? Laying eggs on the Meyer lemon. But we tolerated it. Those eggs hatched out into funny-looking caterpillars. Those caterpillars changed into a chrysalis. And then one day, on the radio, Norman, come here. And I hop in and drive over, and it was happy birthday. The giant swallowtail emerged, and we had a crowd gathered watching that experience. It warmed its wings, it dried its wings, and it flew off, and it was an awesome time had by all. And that's what we want all the children to see happening on a regular basis in the new children's garden. Thank you so much, and I hope you realize I'm not the Prince of Darkness.
A few quick questions.
How long have you been here?
She said, how long have I been here? And I've been here about 3 years and 8 months.
Y'all being way too far behind, Mark.
So what are your challenges with invasive plants on the garden?
Big challenges. Of course, obviously, our challenges are maintaining the bamboo. And now we pretty much know what we're doing on those 70 varieties that you see across the street, and which has some clumpers, some runners. You know, we trench around it, we mow it, and keep it under check. Miss Miller's bamboo, which you see out there, it's had some challenges. Over the years, Miss Miller's bamboo has been harvested heavily to feed the pandas at the Atlanta Zoo, and it was really harvested heavily during Vietnam War when Fort Stewart got some and they built villages to train in. And so now I would like to get it back into pristine shape. I saw a video from 1939 of that, and boy, you would swear you're on some tropical island and seeing those guys walk off into the jungle of bamboo. I'd like to get that back. Where my challenge will come, and actually it'll probably be the next executive director and from then on, and that is we planted a 4.5 acre bamboo maze. A lot of people think that you plant bamboo and run for a bunker, you know, because it's going to grow so fast. It's going through its ugly duckling stage right now. When it gets established, then, whoa, Nelly, because we're going to have to keep it in where we want it. In other words, not let it come up in the trails and into other plantings. And we probably can do it, getting it to look pristine. That may be also a bigger challenge. By its nature, you always have some bamboo canes dying out, so it kind of has an untidy look. If I could have, you know, it's the largest bamboo maze in the world, and if I could have exerted all my influence and brownie points when I would have said, hey, let's do a viburnum maze or some holly maze or something. But hey, bamboo, you know, is what brought us to the table, so to speak, as an entity, and so there's something romantic about that to the people. You know, it's got that tower in it, and that tower is so, you know, you take little Johnny out there, and if Johnny's been good or bad, you know, maybe he's been bad, you say, yeah, take the left, Johnny, take the right, yeah, you keep him out there running around for about an hour and a half, then bring him in, you know, so that'll be a fun thing. Anybody? Yes, ma'am.
You have such a good, large collection of bamboos. Have you thought about putting together a little booklet on them?
We don't have an updated booklet. There was one that was done in the late 90s, but we thinned those out a whole lot. That's something that we do need. It seems like it's a special person that comes here that really wants to take that effort to go out and look at those bamboos. But nevertheless, it needs to be done. And we've got the software, I forgot the name of it, I don't know if it's Iris software that we're about to start inputting and cataloging our stuff. And so hopefully we'll be able to, you know, same thing applies for all those thousands of camellias. And we have little tiny tags in about 50% of them, but nice tag, readable tags in the others. So that's a project underway. Anybody else? Yes.
I just wanted to say it's nice to hear your voice again. I'm from Mississippi, Vicksburg, and used to listen to you on the radio all the time. I wonder what happened to you, so it's nice to know that you're here and doing well.
Well, thank you. And she's talking about for like forever is like Southern Gardening Radio and Southern Gardening TV, and so that's what really turned my hair gray. I did have dark hair until all that. Anybody else?
Thank you so much, Norman, and we have really enjoyed being here, and you know, you've got a group, there's plant people, bug people, and wildlife people and everything else, and so, you know, I think hearing this and being here has just been a great experience.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Y'all come back.
Thank you.
All right, so our next speaker is Kevin Herringer with Homeland Security, Customs and Border Border Protection. Border Protection. So, Kevin, I'll go ahead.
Thank you, sir. All righty.
Clicker here.
That's a clicker?
Yeah, you get 3 minutes.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm Kevin Herringer, and sometimes referred to as the Prince of Darkness. So this PowerPoint, the purpose and everything, more than anything else, is kind of demystify what we do. Please try not to be thrown off by the uniform and the regimentation or whatever. That's just who we are. We're part of a law enforcement organization. You know, everybody's life changed on September 1st, 2001. I was safely embedded in plant protection quarantine in APHIS in Raleigh, North Carolina, loving life in 19 states from Minnesota to Maine down to Kentucky, and doing cooperative agreements and killing gypsy moths and plum pox, and we just got emerald ash borer. And then the world changed. And lo and behold, on March 1st, 2003, that component that was embedded in PPQ became part of Customs and Border Protection. You know, a couple people, a little history here. There were a couple people who got together in the basement of the White House right after 9/11 and made a decision that we need to create something more formidable that deals with Homeland Security. And what you have is the creation of Homeland Security. And there were 7 previous attempts to try to link the 3 agencies, Immigration, Naturalization, U.S. Customs, and Agriculture, into one unified force, and failed dismally every time, mostly because of the politics and the tubularness, the lanes, if you will, of each one. So here we are 13 years later, and what you have is the only organization in the entire world that has immigration, customs, and agriculture in one unit. No one else has it. Australia doesn't have it, New Zealand, Canada, nowhere in the Far East, the Mideast, European Union, nobody. And it was not an easy fit in the beginning. It was a little bit challenging, What I want to do is kind of demystify some of the things that you may have. Please feel free to ask questions while we're going through this, because it's more of a primer than anything else, just giving you some facts and some data. All right, so we are the first line of defense at the port of entry. Yesterday, Wendy had talked about the continuum, right? From country of origin, where the product is grown, to consumption on this end, where we're eating the commodity. Eating in quotations, because consumption is also growing things and sort of stuff like that. In the middle is us. We do pre-arrival analysis. We do the analysis. We make decisions whether we want to hold, look at the cargo, push it over to another agency. Propagative materials, Faith said yesterday, that goes to APHIS. That's their domain. Everything else from agriculture is pretty much ours, except live animals. We do an examination if we need to. We take any remediation or other actions like that. We conditionally release it, and it goes down the road. When you get an invasive pest coming in, we missed it. Somehow, where their point of origin, something happened, and it came into the United States, and now we have to engage with APHIS or the Plant Protection Organization or the Animal Health Protection Organization and the State Departments of Agriculture, counties, cities, and everything to deal with things like Asian longhorn beetle rat in Worcester, Massachusetts, emerald ash borer that's eaten over 70, 80 million trees and cut down, or a foreign animal disease. So our agriculture specialists have a positive education requirement. They're trained by USDA at their academy in Frederick, Maryland. They spent another 8 weeks down at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center close to here in Glencoe, Georgia, in Glenn County. And that's where they learn, after they get all the agriculture component, entomology, all the ologies, plant pathology, botany, insect identification, what fruit looks like, all that kind of stuff. The regulatory decision-making process, manuals. We have a whole cornucopia of manuals that APHIS keeps for us. Then we send them down here to FLETC, where they learn about interview techniques and how to ask questions, how to be inquisitive, how to sharpen their intuitiveness, how to look for things that are anomalous. We take the law enforcement paradigm to find bad guys in a really big box. Think of bad guys being the worst thing in the world, that person that came in and was instrumental in destroying the trade towers, or someone that's trying to smuggle in some nursery stock so they can have a stronger prunus variety that ends up giving us plum pox. From the intentional to the unintentional. And that's what we try to teach them. Inspection techniques, smuggling modalities, the alphabet soup and the immigrations from A to Z. You saw the executive order, that's kind of thing, big thing right now. But every foreign national entering the United States comes in with status. From A, an ambassador, to Z. And then we get into multiple letters one. You almost need a PhD to understand what these are. All we teach the ag specialists is when a person is entering the United States as a foreign national, they have a status. They're a U.S. citizen or they're not. If they're not, what is their status? So if they're an F1, they're a student. So I'm interested in students in August because if you have a biology degree and you're coming in to finish your master's or your PhD, you may have something of consequence here. Completely unintentional, but you may have Riker mounts, you could have some specimens or something you want to bring back to impress your PhD or something like that. And that's why we want to make sure you got the permits that APHIS issued or some other organization. So this is what our guys do and ladies do. They have specialized skills. We require a 4-year degree in agriculture, something like that. Entomology, mine's in forestry. And then we teach you the skill set of what you're supposed to do. When the Homeland Security Act was passed in 2000, we were given the authority to adjudicate for 7 statutes. Plant Protection Act, Animal Health Protection Act, Lacey Act, Endangered Species Act, Federal Seed Act, Virus Serum Toxin Act. I always forget the other one. Honeybee Act. So APHIS promulgates all the regulations, and then they develop from that, this is what we want you to do, CBP at the board. Inspection techniques, those sorts of things. We need you to look at this commodity at this level to ascertain if there's this pest, to ensure, basically as a quality control, that commodity can still enter the United States. All based on the binationals that APHIS had as the Plant Protection Organization, part of NAPO and the IPPC, with another foreign country. That's kind of how this works. They don't tell us you must look at that one, not that one. They say it's subject to inspection, inspect these commodities. So that's what we do. We have an entire array. In cargo, we check the conveyance of commodities. We look for packaging materials and packing materials, all the quarantines that APHIS has in Title VII and Title IX. We're looking for contaminants. We find a lot of invasive plant pests. a lot of diseases. Faith showed you yesterday they go in excess of 160,000 plant pest interceptions last year. Do the math, divide it by 365. That's how many we send to APHIS every day. Every day. We take 46,000 remedial actions every year on cargo that doesn't meet entry requirements for APHIS. That's 128 every day at 182 ports of entry every day. 2,200 or 2,420 ag specialists at those 182. There's 329 ports of entry in the entire United States. You might want to do the math there. It's like, well, why aren't you at the other 100 or so? Because there's no risk. Our ag specialists are funded by the AQI user fee. We try to deploy that resource wisely. So I'm not going to put them in a port of entry with 1 or 2 or 3 people that never sees nothing more than maybe 5 cars a day. I mean, it's a nice retirement job, but we're not going to put an ag specialist at that port of entry. We're going to train the officer to identify anything of risk with ag specialists. And that's the other arm we have for agriculture, are the CBP officers. 23,000 trained in Title 8, which is immigration, Title 19, which is all the customs trade stuff, customs declarations and everything, revenues, tariffs, internal revenue taxes, duties, and also 7 and 9 and 50 so they can handle and learn to understand what the threat is and then refer it. I was telling JJ before, I said we don't train them what ceratocystis almi is or impression with more Latin, Anaplopera glabroprentis, however you say it, the Asian longhorn beetle. We tell them it's a really big bug. It eats wood. And it does this, that creates sawdust. It's not frass. It is, for us, technically correct. But if you're teaching a law enforcement component to take or refer a regulatory action, you got to demystify it. You got to make it exciting. You got to do comparisons and analogy. You got to have passion. You got to be an ambassador. And that's what we train our trainers. Teach the officers that there's a risk with wood. It's supposed to have half a Christmas tree and a bunch of letters on it. If you don't see that, call me. Take your enforcement action, right? So if you've got something prohibited in there for customs law, do that, and then call me. And then what I'll do is I'll spell your name right on the report, and you get 5 seconds of fame in front of the port director. That resonates, right? This is my narcotic. This is our meth, our heroin. Right before I stood up here, we got 28 pounds of methamphetamine down the Mexican border. We do that every day, hundreds of times every day. Fentanyl is a new big thing right now. We find that every day. Opium every day. Heroin every day, which is an opiate. Oh, we also got 5,000 rounds of ammunition trying to exit the United States to do what? Kill Bambi? No. For the narcotic, because Bambi, you don't really slay him or her with an M4 or an Uzi. Usually use a high-powered rifle. These were rounds for an AK-47. Obviously to go and support narcotics trafficking. So we take that paradigm, guys, of the smuggling used to support narcotics and bad stuff. We just overlay it with agriculture. We make copa tarsi in the Mexican border the villain, the bad guy. We're looking for that little white worm that likes to eat broccoli and stuff like that. Got to refer that into us. Cut flowers, the same thing. We paint that picture in the passenger environment so I get the referral, so I can take my action. In the cargo side, it's a lot more clear. We require the shipping supply chain. Wendy talked about that yesterday. All the components from origin to here, all kinds of hands and bodies involved in getting commodity to the United States or for you to buy at a big box store. Would not believe how complicated the supply chain is. Unbelievable. But our job is to know that well, and provide that information to the Plant Protection Organization to help them do what Wendy wants to do with APHIS and the World Shipping Council, to kind of push back and give them some awareness on, you got dirty containers, clean them up at origin, make my life easier. Otherwise, I'll continue to find it, and we'll have a big mess in International Falls. And that's really the essence of it. We want to stop it, APHIS wants to stop it, CFIA wants to stop it, CBSA wants to stop it. We want clean cargo. How much is that? How hard is that to ask? So here I am standing in front of the World Shipping Council last week going, really? You're bitching about a couple noxious weed seeds? Did you ever hear of a hairdryer or a blower? I know it's stretching it, but think about this. Put the blower in the container, turn the blower on, blow the stuff out before you load your cargo. So this is, I'm thinking in simplicity, this is really, I mean, I'll go do that, TDY to Indonesia, that's pretty cool for me. The problem and challenge they counter with is, well, it's the shipper who's under contract, has the stuffers under contract, and this container may have been sitting in Indonesia used for who knows what for 4 months. Then someone calls someone, I do a bunch of math, transfer some money, put cargo in the can, seal the can, put it on a truck, take it to a port, put it on a boat, do all kinds of paperwork, send it overseas, let me look at it, and I find the noxious weed. So it's much simpler and easy for me to say, well, just put a blow dryer blower in there. Hell, they may not even have electricity in some of these countries. They don't have a plant protection organization that rivals what we have here in the United States or North America. They don't even know what a noxious weed is. They don't even know what weed is. That stuff grows here. Kogon grass goes everywhere out there. No big deal. Mile-a-minute weed, all these weeds. They just grow over there. They're not invasive. What's the big deal? We've demystified it and taught our guys that soil is a big deal, carries pathogens and all kinds of stuff. So when you see soil, take your enforcement action and call me. Right, so soil is bad, plants, plant parts, animal parts, blood, guts, yucky stuff they may have used to ship whatever in that container. You got to call me on that too. Stinky, that's a good sign when it smells. Let me know about that as well. Insects, of course, on the commodity. That's our domain. Like Wendy said yesterday, a lot of this stuff, what in the hell are we doing looking at steel? It's not the steel. It's the container that has the steel inside of it. It's the wood packaging material that's used to house the steel, the dunnage. APHIS has regulatory authority given to us to regulate dunnage. So we do. Find a lot of non-compliant dunnage. Find a lot of cerambicids. You'll see the stats here in a little bit. We're doing better at it. All right. We break things down in pathways and environments. Environment is air, land, sea. Pretty simple. Not talking to you like a class, but that's really how we break it down. And then you have a pathway is underneath the environment. So you have passengers in air. That's a pathway for us. The airplane, that's a pathway. Cargo, pathway. International mail in an airplane, pathway, pathway. All right, land border north, land border south, two different pathways, very different risk, depending on what APHIS prescribes and tells us. You got trucks, rail cars, buses, pedestrians, private vehicles, RVs. Those are all on both borders. And then you get the maritime. All kinds of boats. Well, they're called vessels. And they are vessels. You got ro-rows, roll on, roll off. A really cute name. It's a really tall vessel, comes down in here in Brunswick, brings nothing but vehicles. Looks like an ark. But they have a really funny risk associated if they're coming out of the perimeter, that theater of operations, we call it, that is known to have Asian gypsy moth. Wendy, what did you say yesterday? March 1st till what? Thank you, ma'am. We work hand in hand with CFIA through APHIS, but also unilaterally when they see something in Vancouver, we see something in Seattle going coastwise of Vancouver, let them know what our exam results are. You don't have to board it, we already found everything. So they have a requirement to have a phytosanitary or export certification, or certification, if we'll just call it that, that vessel doesn't have anything on it. But yet we have seen ro-rows that have the picture she showed you yesterday. We have other ones. The entire side, it's like a painter, a palette of egg masses. I worked gypsy moth back in the 80s when it was just starting to come across Pennsylvania. It was funny, the year before was a peak year. And if you know insects, or watch them a little bit, like last year was a Japanese beetle peak year up in Virginia. When they reach peak, they eat everything, including themselves. It's disgusting. Bugs released, they're disgusting anyway. I figure they're the enemy, they're nefarious, I kill them. I'm almost like that ambush guy, you know, that guy. I could be on TV for Terminex or something. I saw them eating plastic, pine trees, everything. And when they're out of hand and they're doing their thing, right? The female, she can't fly. You got to wonder, how did she get to the vessel if she can't fly? But when you trace back and look at the supply chain on how long that vessel's been in port, when they balloon, right, 1/16 of an inch or smaller, go up to a tree, hang down on a thread, go across. Which was why, just real quick on this one, gypsy moth came in the United States when? Late 1800s?
1869.
Awesome! I knew she knew that. You know why? Because she's the one that said yesterday she knows trees. Forest pests. That's why I love her. Being a forester, she's near and dear to my heart. They brought it in for silk. Oh, it's going to be a really cool kind of silk. Oh, it escaped. Oops. Didn't see that coming. So it moved slowly. Yesterday in the APHIS Stakeholder Registry, or Monday, there were 6 or 7 more counties in Illinois just been put under gypsy moth. The Asian gypsy moth, though, we hate that one worse because female flies. It's not a gender thing. But because the female can fly and has a much larger diet, it can really wreak havoc. Right now we have a small-scale operation. We found some AGM down in Savannah, coming up the river, and out in Washington that we think may have been attached to containers. Okay, I digress because gypsy moth is one of my favorite bugs to kill. Maritime, mostly conveyances, cargo, crew. We have some passengers. The crew and the passengers are adjudicated. We get a lot of cruise ships and cruise lines that enter the United States. Land border, I already talked about. International mail and express consignment. Express consignment are your big 4 carriers, FedEx, UPS, DHL, TNT, which recently merged. They present a unique risk when talking about e-commerce that I could spend an entire day on with the risk with that. All of this information to adjudicate these successfully and to be as successful as we can be to try to find the stuff that shouldn't enter the United States is based on data. It's based on the exam results that we enter as a result. So if you were to enter the United States legitimately, come in, we push you through immigration and customs, you have some things to declare agriculturally, you come back to us, we run you through the x-ray, open your bags, you declared some things, and we adjudicate, we process. No, sir, that apple can't enter the United States, and here's why. You can go ahead and keep that ham from Italy because you have the certificate. Thank you for playing. See you next time. Go home. Love you. Welcome. And then I enter the data based on that transaction for that individual on that flight, on that day, with how many suitcases from that country. It sounds like big government, but it's really not. Gigabytes of data collected on transactions. So that next time he enters the United States, I may not want to see him. Based on past history, legitimate traveler, positive declaration, seized an apple. I may want to see him because he had an apple. I may not want to see him because I think he learned that apples cannot come from that country. 95.5% of the passengers entering in the air environment, 118 million of them last year. 118 million people entered the United States by air. Well, on airplanes. They didn't fly in themselves. Obviously, they come on an airplane. Most of them through JFK or the highest port, and then Miami, and then Los Angeles. 15 million a year in JFK. Do the math, how many a day? And then Miami and LA at about 11 million. They're always fighting about who's number 2. All over the world, every day. And you're wondering, oh, geez, I thought I was feeling a little bit good about myself. I'm at an invasive species forum. We're going to rock the world. We're going to have a good talk this afternoon. Got to learn a lot about butterflies and cool stuff, hollies and stuff. And now this guy's telling me that 118 million people. Yeah, well, you know what? There's over 200 million coming in through the land border. Every day, well, in the year, so do the math, divide by 365. How in the heck are we adjudicating and knowing what we should look at and what we shouldn't? It's the data. We have years and years of data that we have looked at on passengers entering in that fill attributes. They're in a car, they're coming from this state, they live up here, they've been down there this long, they bought this much stuff. I want to see you in secondary. Or I don't want to see you in secondary. And that's kind of how this do. We try to winnow out by risk segmentation. I do not want to look at those that present little or no risk for agricultural purposes. People on global entry, which is the TSA pre-check on steroids. Because you come in, you have a kiosk, you're out of the area in 6 minutes. Do not want to see you, you present no risk unless I decide there's a risk. We have 118 canine teams we put out, and that's our perimeter. Mostly in the air passenger, have some on the land as well. The beagles, they're cute as hell. I love them, I got 2 of myself. Love beagles. They have the best nose in the world for what we train them to do. Been around since 1984, they're a Kodak moment. Congress loves them, we love them. They will find that one apple, I have no doubt. Over 99% proficiency level. So that's our perimeter out front, and then we have everything else, the discourse, the discussion, those totality of circumstances, express consignment, like I said, in international mail, present a risk, but not a voluminous one, like an entire shipment of untreated avocados or half a ship and people smuggling something in, those sorts of things. So, APHIS, as the Plant Protection Organization, determines the risk. They do a bilateral through the Foreign Ag Service, and they'll say, okay, figs from Egypt, we want to put a reg out and say figs from Egypt can now enter under these circumstances. They put a proposed rule, push it over to us. We comment on it, do an impact statement, push it back to them. They do their deliberation, post the rule, figs can now enter from Egypt under these circumstances. What's never negotiable is, am I going to look at the figs? I'm going to look at the figs. Absolutely, undeniably, at whatever APHIS wants me to do, because we are their arm to adjudicate, execute, inspect, interdict, process, release. Absolutely. We are first face on it. Now, we also do our own risk analysis, though, because after years and years of data, we know which passengers present a higher risk than which ones don't, which cargo presents a higher risk. Those containers with steel that are coming in, why they present a higher risk. There's a nexus going all the way back in the supply chain that tells me I want to look at that because it fit, all the dots are connected. I want to see you. I'm going to hold you. You're going to come in and I'm going to take a look at you. If you present to me cleanliness, say yeah. If you don't, let me take remedial action. It's non-negotiable. It ain't personal. We don't judge them. It's what it is. Now, on the tail end of all that is all the education and outreach. Because I can guarantee you, once we pushed one of the big 3 car companies and stopped a commodity coming in through Seattle, no, it was Vancouver, put in a can, 40-foot container, of just-in-time robotics, and so you could make cars. It's like plug and play. You plug this robotic into a big supply chain, into a big line. What's that thing called? A supply line, the thing that Henry Ford did.
Assembly line?
Thank you. The gray hair thing. I just can't tell how gray my hair is. So we find it, but it's on top of these bolts of lumber, raw, with logs and bark on it. Cerambycids everywhere, 40 feet long. Someone forgot to tell the supply chain, you can bring this robotic in, absolutely. Get it down the road, send it over to Michigan. They forgot to tell them, but don't put it on this wood. So we stop it, and in minutes, Vice President from Ford's on the phone with Secretary of Agriculture. What in the hell are you doing? Of course, Secretary, they don't know that stuff. You guys, you're savvy enough to know that way up here, they're clueless. We love them. We work for them. We'll take a bullet for them, figuratively. I do stop at some point. I won't cross that line, boss. Ooh. As it winnows its way down, I'm on the phone with the APHIS administrator and then the PPQ deputy administrator, and we've checked all the boxes. The state of Washington, state regulatory official has agreed under these circumstances we can allow to offload that. The USDA is there as well. We're there as well. We allow it to happen. If we don't allow it to happen, they lose 60 days in the supply chain. Hundreds of people out of work, no cars. So that's the ramification of our simple action of going, oh, you got wood. Oh, cerambycids. Nope, no, come in. Can't do it. All right, the politics of that says, whoa, wait a minute, look what you're disrupting. Well, yeah, but look what you did. I mean, wood. Why didn't you ask? I mean, ISPM 15's been around since 2006. Where were you? You can't do that. So it's a teachable moment. Costs them a lot of money. We recondition it. We put the wood in the container. We seal the container. And we send it back to origin at their expense. A little lesson learned there. Money for them is really not the object. It was the delay, because that took 2 days. Now, what we did since then, which teach them in the supply chain at origin, do not do this, do these things. And that's what we've done. We've done it with major electronics firms. We don't even look at them anymore. You know why? They changed from wood packaging material to plastic, plywood. We use them as the poster children of what to do when it comes to ISPM 15, so I don't need to look at you anymore, because the last thing they want to do is have a bunch of circuitry. Why is ag looking at that? Well, the same reason we're looking at all this other stuff, because of the wood packaging material or the plant pest. All right, I explained already the analysis, the holds, the conducts, inspection and stuff, and this is the safeguarding continuum. I refer to it as the spectrum. It's just a matter of semantics. But every part of it is fed. That's what we do up there in blue. Where's that laser button? Is that it? That's us. That's our inspections and targeting and selectivity. APHIS does the mitigation. They pre-clear some stuff and let us know about it. They make policy over here under the Plant Protection Act and Animal Health Protection Act telling us we need to do this. We come in, there's pest management, you got domestic eradication and survey detection programs with a regulatory component, emergency component of APHIS. Hopefully don't have to engage in, but they do. That influences that, which it touches on that, which gives us that, and then we go to exports. So if we get a pest here in the United States, that impacts adversely exports. It's same in any country. That's country politics 101. So we have to keep these pests out because the knee-jerk reaction for any foreign country is going, whoa, stop everything until you prove to me you've got some sort of sentinel program out there that tells me you don't have that pest or disease. Which is why we try to keep it out in the first instance and why APHIS has caps, pest detection, and all those other things. These are our trade stakeholders, the biggest component, because they're the ones we dump on. We charge them fees. Every boat pays over $800 every time it comes in the United States to receive our services and APHIS's services. Every passenger pays $3.96. Every passenger. $1.75 for every cruise line. I can't remember the rest of them. Rail car pays some. That user fee account, we collect, goes to OMB, adjudicates, APHIS gets some, we get some, pays for all of our expenses. We're full cost recovery this year because of the fee that was raised in December of 2015. We finally have enough money to be full cost recovery. All right, so here's some statistics. I talked a little bit about 380 million people coming in, 45,000 remedial actions on the cargo exams alone. That's just the cargo inspections right there. That's just the regulated cargo. That's the stuff we have to look at. When you add miscellaneous, steel, that's over 1.2 million more exams. So you figure, well, okay, I did the math. That's a lot. How are you doing that many in one day? Well, I have in Long Beach, the largest seaport by far. It's so large, it's larger than the next 10 seaports alone. 12 to 15 million containers a year come in there. You saw yesterday where Savannah's pushing 3 to 4. That's how big they are. Savannah's number 3, I believe. What's in those containers? Well, we compel trade to let us know 14 days in advance what's in that container. Some truth in shipping. We have to know. If they're not granular enough, we'll put it on hold until they can prove to us for ag purposes what's in it. It's the non-regulated or miscellaneous that is starting to present as much of a risk as the regulated stuff. You know, looking at a shipment of broccoli from Mexico, it's routine. We do it all the time. Sometimes it has a copotarsia. Most times it doesn't. Depends if it's organic and where it's coming from in Mexico. Where's the butterfly or the lepidoptera? Where is it in its life cycle? We know these things because we're not stupid, and APHIS shares this with us, as does Sagarpa and Seneca. We have an idea of what's going on. It's pretty crystal clear. So we know when we can let our guard down and when we need to ramp it back up again. Tomatoes from Mexico are an expedited release, all these commodities that we do. The QMIs are the things that we pick up in the passenger environment that are a byproduct of the exam process. All that information that I told you we use to select a passenger, that's what that yields. Those are simply tallies. It's numbers. It's not to be used as a ratio, divide X, Y by Y, and you come up with percentages or performance measures. No. It's simply that's how many times we found what we found. You'll notice the majority of the things we found, 1.3 million plant material and soil pieces. That's one apple, it's a dozen roses. Pest interceptions. So the number's always goofy. I mean, we gave Faith one number, she got 160-some thousand. This number is fluid. It's based on some of the ways that we do our data with APHIS. What's interesting and telling is, okay, that's over 400 pests every day that we send to APHIS, to 120 plant pest identifiers, majority of which are entomological. Plus there's also botany, federal noxious weeds, mollusks, nematodes, that kind of stuff. Now of that, this reportable pest is 61,000. That should be a little scary because that's the stuff we don't want in the United States. That's what we found from that. That's from all of these and that, plus the 1.2 million you don't see of miscellaneous cargo. The civil violations are 78,700. Those are fines and penalties that we issue using Title VII and Title IX. We developed a cargo unit, a cargo targeting unit. How am I doing on time? Oh, there it is, 9:45. We're good. back in 2013, following what I told you before, what we do for terrorism. Everything that we've built, the pyramid for terrorism, we overlay agriculture on it. It's very simple for us. I've got 6 people dispatched at the National Targeting Center. They're not the truest targeters from the standpoint of going through a lot of things and analyzing. They're agriculture specialists. They understand our regulatory function, and they understand what we're supposed to be doing analytically to connect the dots and see what we need to take a look at. And that's pretty much what they do. They define the parameters to automate processing. We have an apprenticeship program to train more people in. We're getting a lot better at this. I'm always thinking 3, 5, 10 years down the road, this is the future for every foreign government and every plant protection organization. We can't regulate our way out of this, guys. We can't inspect our way out of this. It ain't happening. You want to shut down trade? Fine. Give me your armies. We'll put you at the port, and you still won't be able to do it in a day. There's just no way. You get tired, and we're human. If we weren't human, we'd have a higher likelihood, because you can teach a robot to do things that don't get tired. They just do the same damn thing every day, never get tired. That's what they do. But we are human, so you have a human factor on top of these things. No one likes to conduct 100% examination on anything because it's very tiring, and what am I looking for? I already found it. That sort of thing. This increases the odds in our favor, this group, both in the passenger and in the cargo environment. This will be the future for us. Okay, to scare you a little bit, 10,000 noxious weeds in the last 2 years. These are the heavy hitters. This one mostly, almost 100% of the Kogon grass coming in through cargo. Chinese water spinach and itch grass, 50-50, half in passenger, half in cargo. And a little bit of that liver seed grass. I had them pick out the 4 biggest ones. That's just scary stuff. And then we'll end with wood packaging material. Cerambicids, our highest threat, followed by Scalitinae, because they renamed it, and then Buprestes, and then Sericids, but there's a big drop. This is really cool here. This isn't karma. It isn't because we're looking less. It's because trade is becoming more compliant. So that thing Wendy was talking about yesterday with certain shippers is changing the game, where they're learning a little bit. They have a long way to go, but we're getting there. That's it. They're my puppies. Thanks, bud.
Thanks so much, Kevin. Anybody dying to ask a critical question?
I'll be here all day.
He's gonna be here all day. One in the back.
So, where's the authority between U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and your group fall out? I mean, it's about a specific example, so I'm gonna start this example by saying, yes, I'm from Florida, so it's gonna be weird. Over the last few years, we've had 5 mongoose show up, and it seems to be the source has been sugar deliveries, like sugar cargo, in a couple of different ports. And so, because mongoose are injurious species, I contacted the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Should I actually be contacting your group? Because it looks like there might be a problem with that port not picking up mongoose, and it's a concern.
So the question was where the break between U.S. Forest Service and Customs and Border Patrol is. Fish and Wildlife, sorry. Who's got the jurisdiction?
So these are, what is this in sugar shipments?
Sugar shipments. So
What is-
mongoose are showing up from sugar shipments.
What's the pest again?
Mongoose.
Oh, mongoose. Oh, you got the snake eater. Hey, that was back in the 60s, man. I'm showing my age. Anyway. Yeah, Fish and Wildlife is your first connection with that. The sugar shipments, as they come in bulk. And so from a Title 19 standpoint, they pay quota item, only so much can come in. It's dutiable, so we adjudicate all that, but the ag specialists have nothing to do with that. If a rat or a mongoose or something is associated with that, and we find it, we know who to call to deal with that, absolutely. If we don't find it and it enters, it becomes a bigger pressing issue. So Fish and Wildlife would be your first point of contact.
Okay.
And then Fish and Wildlife nationally can go to their headquarters, that targeting unit I told us, and say, hey, be on the lookout, Customs, for possibly mongoose littering around, or how it is associated with the sugar. That's kind of how it works after the fact. Okay.
All right. So unfortunately, we need to move along. And our next speaker is going to talk about DNA barcoding and the impacts of that with invasive species. First one, here we go. So, Manuel, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, the last Monday when I introduced myself, I told you that I was a plankton taxonomist. So what is a plankton taxonomist working or doing here? I will try to explain in the next slides. Firstly, I have to say that I'm not going to show you only the work from Manuel Elias. I'm going to show you the work from a team that is working with us and a network that is working in Mexico. And firstly, well, I was speaking with some people around here, and some of them, they don't know what is the DNA barcoding. DNA barcoding is not new. It was proposed by a Canadian scientist in the year 2003. And well, he proposed that this is an ideal method to know the species of almost everything that is around us. So this is part true, part not true, and has been a big controversy about that, and the controversy still is around there. But I can say that this is one of the best methods to identify the species. And it's based in a mitochondrial DNA, and the name of this gene is just the first half of this gene. The name is the COO1 or COS1, or more or less like that. For plants, this doesn't work as well, and a lot of people was working on that. Finally, they found that the two chloroplast genes, MATK and RBCL, could be good marker for the plants. But the botanists are not so happy because this has about 70% of resolution against 90-95% resolution in the animals. Also, it has not been easy to find the barcode for the fungi, and you can see this big group of people was working with that, trying to find what is the barcode. And I can say that also the people from the fungi side is not that all happy with this barcode for the fungi. But anyway, we are working with this, and the barcodes are standardized genes that can be used to identify plants, animals, and fungi. After this proposal of Paul Heber, a big project was assembled that was the International Barcode of Life project, and you can see in different colors which countries were initially participating in this project that started in 2010, and it already finished. And these were the goals of this big project, to get about 500,000 of species in total. And now we are working in the second phase of this project. I can say that the DNA barcoding has been a topic that has been growing in the last years. You can see here the publications found in the Web of Science working with the DNA barcodes, and now we are more or less in a plateau. About 900 to 1,000 papers have been published with this topic in the recent years. And this is the publications in this year. But in spite that the barcoding is a growing topic, for the exotic species is not big attention. It has not attracted big attention. As you can see here, not many papers have been dealing with DNA barcoding and exotic species. We are working in a big database, and maybe some people is going to say, oh, one more database. But in this database, we have about 5.4 million DNA barcodes, about 500,000 beans. I will explain later what is this beans, and about more than 250,000 of species recognized. This is one big database, And this database, we have been contributors of this database through a network that is working in Mexico. You can find this network in this web place. And we are promoting still the barcoding tasks in Mexico. We have been a major contributor of this project. You can see here how Mexico has been an important contributor, and this is the case of the fish. And we are the 5th place in the, from 112 countries working with fish and contributing with this database. Also, we are concentrating in very difficult animals. These are the Cladocera, commonly known as water fleas, and we have the 2nd place in the world with this species or this group, and a good part of the Canadian growing is after me. So we can say that these are very, very difficult animals because they are tiny. They say that the primers are not working for them, but now we can get, for example, a good barcode from an embryo from the broad pouch, and we can keep the rest of the animal as a pouch. The whole database can be very useful, has a lot of data, has a lot of things. I'm not going to speak about everything that is inside of the database, but I can say that Conavio is updating this database every 24 hours in Mexico from the mirror that is dealing only with Mexican material. And one of the nice things that we can find in this database is the VIN number, that the VIN number is assigned to a group of haplotypes that are very, very similar. The VIN number can be a big thing because with the VIN number we can find, in spite of the name of the species, that can be several names because of the synonyms and things like that, we can find, for example, one group of haplotypes that is very similar, and these VIN numbers are changing accordingly with the change on taxonomy. And here we can see, for example, for the lionfish, Pterois volitans, what is the distribution, the former distribution, the new distribution, and you can see with the VIN number as well, where the specimens that were sequenced are the biorepository, and who are the contributors for these species. So you can find this and a lot more of information. You may find the synonyms, different names that are used for this thing, and also you can find a lot of information about the gene and the haplotypes from this fish in particular. And this can be used for any other species. Also, with the DNA barcoding, we can see all developmental stages. And here you can see, for example, to our surprise, nobody found the larvae of the lionfish. Here, this was the first record of this in the Atlantic, and our colleagues were working to try to figure out how this larvae is related with the water, the current in the Caribbean, in the Mexican Caribbean in this case. And you can see here is the larval sequence of this animal. And well, this was a milestone because nobody found before the larva of this fish. And we can know also which species belong to the eggs. So this is very nice. And I have to say that we have not yet the eggs of the lionfish. But we know now a lot of species from the eggs. And this has been very, very important because we know that the eggs remain in the water about 24 hours in average. So we may know when was put the egg and when and where it was put the egg. So this is very important because in this case we can make a lot of regulations to protect the species when it's the critical moment when they are going to spawn. And also, we know the enemy is the lionfish, but we want to know what they are doing, for example, in the Mexican Caribbean. And this was quite interesting because they work with DNA barcoding and to look at the stuff that was in the stomach of this fish. Any person that has been working with the stomach of any good content realizes that it's a mess what we can get, and very few things we can identify. But with the DNA barcoding, we may know even the species of everything that is inside of the stomach. And not only they attacked, for example, in this study, they found 30 different species from 12 families. But not only that, they found new records for the Mexican Caribbean that the etiologists never found before. So the lionfish discovered them before the people dealing with them. And these are the new records that you can see. And one surprise. What was the surprise? Well, the surprise was the cannibalistic behavior of the lionfish. It was not documented before, and it was hard to convince the people because they say that it was a contamination of the fish itself. But finally, we found one specimen inside of the stomach that could be identified as lionfish. So with this proof, we demonstrated that the lionfish even attacks lionfish. DNA barcodes can help to understand several very difficult things. For example, the Loricariidae is a difficult group and it's not easy to identify. This is a very bad pest in Mexico, in the tropical systems of Mexico, and it's difficult to recognize them. But DNA barcoding can help a lot with them, but there is some limitation, and they cannot detect the hybridization. So this we may know who is the mother, but we never know who is the father. In some cases, coming back to the plankton, that is my specialty, in the most of the cases, it's very difficult to identify the small things. For example, this was a non-indigenous species of copepod, and you can see from here, from these parts, that only a specialist can determine who is this guy. And this leads to the taxonomic impediment. But these small things can be a pest as well. Not only the big things can be a pest. These small things can be a pest. And we don't know what is the effect of this Asian copepod that is associated to the rice fields in Mexico. And with the DNA barcoding, we can find that easily this is the species. And also we found the same species in Spain. And we can say, for example, here, from here to here, these are the specimens from Spain, and these are the specimens from Mexico. So there is a small gap between them. So we can say that the origin of the populations in rice fields from Spain is not the same origin as the populations that we are finding in Mexico. There is a small biogeographical signal, and we can determine where these two guys are coming to these two different places from different origins. And we know that this species is found in the US and Cuba, but only by morphology they have been identified. Now with these sequences we may compare and we may see how they are moving inside the United States or inside of Cuba, and we can see also maybe if they are of the same origin. And this is quite interesting. And also we can, later we can say what is the effect of this species, because we don't know what is the effect in the plankton communities of these alien species. Some people will think that we need 600 pairs of bases to identify the species, but that is not necessary. With just 100 pair of bases, we get 90% confidence to identify the species. That is what we call the mini barcode. And we can get a mini barcode in about 15-20 minutes, and there's no need of a big lab to get a mini barcode. Some people can say, well, this is not true, but here is the paper with the express barcodes. And with the express barcodes, they got, this is not a new paper, it's a paper from 2009. And you can see that we can get, in that time, we could get sequences, short sequences in less than 2 hours. The cost was about $2 per specimen, and it's not invasive. we can get the sequences from any trace of the specimen, for example, in this case, blood of bears, or any part of the target species. So, and the other thing, that very interesting thing is that it can be done in field stations. So you don't need a big lab to get small barcodes. Well, I'm going to tell you the story that we are, what we are doing and why I'm here. And you know, the eDNA is a new topic that is growing. These two papers are from 2015, and mostly they are proposals. They don't show hard data. But after this, a lot of papers are coming working with eDNA and their applications, different applications. One of these applications can be also to detect biological invasions, as you can see. We are working, and where we are working? We are working in Lake Bacalar. Lake Bacalar is one of the most important aquatic ecosystems in the Yucatan Peninsula. Maybe you never hear about this place, but this place is here near the south border of Mexico. This is the border with Belize, and it's close to the town where I come from, that is Chetumal. Bacalar is this narrow lake that is part of a complex system of wetlands and lakes that are around this place, and is one of the most pristine lakes in the world I have ever seen. Believe me, I work with lakes, and Bacalar is, wow, it's just incredible, as I will show you. Bacalar, in the first place, Bacalar is, it hosts the biggest microbialics or stromatolites in the world. And I don't say that. This was published here, and is one extreme environment, very, very oligotrophic, as you can see from the water. The water clarity is amazing in this place. We say that it has 7 different blue tonalities around the lake. And not only the stromatolites are there, several unique sinkholes are associated to this system. Some of them inside of this. I have to say that the lake has an average 16 meters deep, and here in the sinkholes you can find 50, 60, 70 meters deep. And this sinkhole is the blue sinkhole, Cenote Azul, and is not connected with Bacalar. The chemistry of the water is completely different from here to here, and also the species dwelling there. So even they are close, but they are very different. There are many menaces. One of them is the development of tourism. But one of the most terrible things that we have detected is that this, we call this devilfish, what I think in English is the name is Amazon sailfin pleco. And this fish has been detected in La Union. Where is La Union? La Union is dangerously close to Bacalar, and it's found in a river. That river is that river is in the border, it's the physical border between Mexico and Belize, and it's not directly connected to Bacalar. That means that a series of wetlands around here are connecting this place, the river, with Bacalar Lake. And the plecos was found here. So we decided to take water samples in different places. These dots mark the points, and we collected half liter of water. Firstly, we have to develop methods to work on that, because it's hard to find the best method to work with eDNA. And we worked firstly in Canada. We developed a new method, and then we applied this method in Bacalar Lake. We took samples from water and sediment, and I have to say that water was only half liter per each station. From this, we use different platforms to work with the next generation sequencing, and I'm not going to explain all the technical details. I just will show part of the new data that we are getting. And these are the data from sediments, and these are the data from water. As you can see, the water is much better than the sediments, and we compare with two databases. The first database or sequences is BOLT, and the second database is the GenBank. We got better results with BOLT than with the GenBank, but also we can say that the water is much better than the sediments. In these colors, you can see what we got from each sample, and with more colors, more species were found in each sample. In total, we got 52 species of fish, and in total, we filtered 14 liters of water and 8 sediment samples. So we got 52 from about 60 species that are known living in Bacalar Lake. And this, you have to see, I have to say that these are very preliminary data, and we are still working with this database because these are millions of sequences, and we are still cleaning them. What about the sailfish plecos? We didn't find it, but it was detected in 2015, and it was detected, as I told you, in the Hondo River. But we made a mock experiment with water, and we demonstrated that the method can detect it. Something is stopping this pest. What is stopping this pest? And we think that is the chemistry of the water. Bacalar is an extreme environment, and we think that this extreme environment is stopping this fish, or maybe some nutrient essential for the fish is stopping it. But it didn't come to Bacalar, and it is a very low numbers in the Hondo River. For zooplankton, we are working also, and we developed new collecting methods, and this was an idea of one of my colleagues, Marta Valdez, and she wanted to collect freshwater fish larvae. To our surprise also, almost no person has been working with freshwater fish larvae, and we try to find them. We use a light trap because this is a method commonly used to attract the fish larvae. And to our surprise, also we got a soup of plankton with many different things that we really don't know yet what they are. If you compare what we get with the light trap and what we get with the toes, it's a very different picture. And also, we learned that we can use a single set of primers to sequence from rotifers to fish. So this is a plate, a mixed plate, that has everything. And every band that you can see here is a positive product. And we got more than 90% success for sequencing with a mixed sample from rotifers to fish with a single set of primers. So what we found is that the critical point is not the paradigm of the primers, it's the fixation of the sample. And here is the catch. This is different plankton toes in the same night with 15 microns and 300 microns net. And that is the number of taxa that we got just with a single light trap in a single night. So the difference is evident. Well, I have to say that the toes are not much time, and they are vertical, horizontal toes, and the light trap was working for 8 hours. But anyway, we cannot make any toe with 8 hours. With the new data, we are constructing the baseline, and with the baseline, we think that based in next generation, we can work and we can find any shift in the plankton. You know that the first thing that is changing when alien is coming here in the water, the first thing that is going to change is the plankton. So if we have a good baseline and we biomonitor with next generation, we will know what is going on in the system. And here is an example. We put a blender, the sample in a blender, and we got a lot of sequences from this thing. And these are the sequences in these two columns from Bacalar, and this is a comparison with the species found in Canada, in a lake from Canada. And I have to say that we had a contamination from the most common species found in Bacalar. As you can see, the numbers here are very big. These are the number of sequences that we got here. But we have a small number of sequences here. We use the same net. We clean it thoroughly. We try to wash it, but in any way, the next generation is so sensitive that we found also the most common species in Canada. We didn't translocate them, so don't be angry. They were completely dry and dead. But we're working with a new design of the light trap to avoid this problem of contamination, or maybe we can use a different light trap in different places. So that can be another thing. I think we can use a light trap once and then discard it because it's very cheap to use them. So these are preliminary results with next generation with just one platform. And in conclusion, I can say that DNA barcodes can be a great help in detection of exotic species and how they spread. These methods, combined with metabarcoding and eDNA, can help to detect early detection of the exotic species and without need to collect the specimens or collecting the specimens. Anyway, we can use both. And I have to warn you about two things. Firstly, the bin number is not going to replace the lineal name. It's just a clue. The second point is that a lot of people is working with eDNA without making the baseline first. And I think this can be misleading. We need the baseline first and then to work with next generation. And that is our proposal, our idea, and we will try to convince the people in Mexico to do this kind of work, and also the people around us to do this kind of work, working from the baseline. A lot of people is avoiding the baseline because it needs taxonomists, and it needs some, let's say, a multidisciplinary work with different groups and with different people working on that. But you can make the baseline, if you work in good way, you can make the baseline very rapidly. We did this in very short time. And I have to say that, for example, in just one night working in a lake of Canada, in one night we got 87 different species, just one night. So this can be very useful in the future. Well, I have to show our team, Lulu Vasquez. She is working with the fish larvae mostly, and she has been a big contributor of the barcoding. Marta Valdez, that is working with the adult fish, and now she is introducing in the fish larvae and the eggs and things like that. And she got the ideas to work in different way in our systems. Alma, that is our technician, and a small part of our students dealing with things that can be related with exotic species. Lucy Montes is working on baselines. Jose Angel Cobo is working with the fish database, and Lucia Montoliu is working with the cladocerans, and also she found this Mesocyclos peperiensis, that is the Asian in Spain and Mexico. Well, she has been, all of them have been working in this, but I have to acknowledge all the people that is working with us, including the people from University. Paul Heber helped a lot us to convince the stakeholders and also the people from the decision makers in Mexico, and that means, for example, the Council of Science, to support us with this kind of work. And also, well, the Council of Science, and I told you that Conavio is pushing me towards the exotic species, and now you know why. And also my family, that is a joint venture with us in everything. And I have to say at the end, just thank you, and maybe this is going to be a gadget for the future. And maybe it will have a light telling us, oh, beware of that. It's not from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, questions, and please repeat the question.
Okay. Yes. Hello.
Yeah, I have a question. I was wondering if you can use your system to determine some kind of like an index for biodiversity,
Oh, yes.
and use that information to evaluate the impact of introduction of new invasive species in aquatic systems.
Of course, we can do anything because we get we get the species. So, and if we don't know the species, we get a big number that is a putative species. So, sorry, I have to repeat the question. Yes, the question is that if we can apply any index with this, and we can apply any index because we know the species or the putative species with a big number. That is a clue about the species. So, yes, yes.
Just in your conclusion, you said a sentence, and I didn't catch the end. You said that the bins are not going to replace what? You were like.
Well, the bin numbers, well, you know, some people have been proposing different kinds of taxonomy to replace the linear taxonomy. And the bin numbers are not replacing this because the bin numbers are dynamic. They learn from the taxonomists. So if we change the name from that, because we recognize the species, you know, I told you that the DNA barcoding is 19 to 90% effective. The new species or species evolving are not well detected by the barcoding, but they can be detected by the people working on them. So the bin number is learning from that, and it's going to change. So the bin number is not a replacement of the linear taxonomy. So it's just a clue to try to find what is going on that. I don't know if I replied.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you.
All right. And you will be around today and tomorrow too, right?
Just today.
Just a second. Okay, so other questions, please catch up with Manuel. Okay, so we are. We are running behind. No. You know, we were too good yesterday, so we have to make it up today. But Linda Nelson has graciously agreed to talk this afternoon instead of this morning. So let's take a break until 10:45. We'll start back at 10:45 and be good to go. And then what we'll end up doing is come back in. We need to be out at 11:45, if not a little bit before lunch, to set up for the webcast. But they'll be done, and we'll start back at 1:15 this afternoon instead of 1:30, and that will catch us up, and we'll be in good shape. So, be back in here 10:45 sharp.
Can everybody take their seats? We need to stick to time this time. We need to be ready for the session at 12. So.
Does that thing work?
So he studied it?
So can you introduce yourself because you've got the mic then? This does not work. Hi. So can you hear me? Yeah. So I'm going to introduce Peter Mason, who's going to talk to us about the biological control of invasive arthropod pests. Everyone, Peter, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me well enough, or do I need to adjust the mic a bit?
A bit. No, the mic's on.
Needs to be higher.
Yeah, probably here.
Does that work?
Yeah, these two don't play nice together, so
Yeah.
you're good.
Okay, you can hear me, okay? Okay, so, as it was introduced, I want to talk about biological control of arthropod pests, and I'm going to be talking about agriculture, but it does apply, the things that I'm going to talk about do apply to forestry. So maybe the lights could be dim. So as opposed to vertebrates and plants, most of the invasive alien arthropods are introductions are associated with unintentional human actions. They hitchhike, on cargo, and some of them we have no idea how they get here. So to put a Canadian context to it, invasive alien species in Canada are estimated to cost about $6.7 billion. And it ranges depending on the year from 5.3 to 3.9. Now remember, those are Canadian dollars. Sorry?
Big number, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a big number, yeah. To note, the Eastern Palearctic region is mainly China and Japan, is the origin of 15% of invasive plants to Canada. Now, it was mentioned earlier that a lot of invasive alien species in the past have come from Europe, but now, the sources of them are changing, and right now Asia is the big one. So to give you a couple of examples, spotted-winged Drosophila arrived in 2009 in Canada, and brown marmorated stink bug, everybody's familiar with that one, in 2010. But there's a high potential for more big pests to arrive in Canada. So managing invasive alien species, there's been a lot of discussion about identifying pathways, quarantine and eradication, and post-establishment eradication. Now, I'm with agriculture, and what we end up with is when you can eradicate them, when they're well established and they spread, that's when the file is turned over to us, and we have to manage these things. So the way we do this is through integrated pest management. Biological control, as you can see from the diagram, is a very important component of that, and that's what my area of research is and what I'll be focusing on here today. Now, I've put something called management preparedness in brackets, and this is a point I want to bring up to the group, that developing IPM programs to manage an invasive species once it's established, this takes resources and it takes time. And if we put management preparedness, or if we started to develop these programs when we were identifying pathways or thinking about eradication, we would put ourselves much further ahead in the game. So when we have discussions about what steps forward, I think we need to remember to keep this in mind. So what is biological control? It is the introduction, application, and management of natural enemies, parasitoids, predators, pathogens, to reduce the impacts of a target pest. How does it work? Well, basically we have to find the agents, i.e. figure out where the invasive species originated from, go there, find some agents, we have to evaluate whether they're going to be effective or not, and we have to determine the risks. Are they going to be safe for introduction? We need to obtain approval for release, and then once we have approval to release, we need to implement post-release monitoring so we can assess impacts. Now, and this again, management preparedness. It takes 5 to 10 years before we get to the point of release. So if we lose 5 years when we're in an eradication phase, then it's another 5 years onto the program. If we get ahead of the game, then we can implement a biologically based pest management strategy sooner. The cost varies depending on how much is known previously to the start of a project, and it can be $250,000 or more. And specialized infrastructure is necessary in order to conduct the programs that are the research that's needed. Quarantine facilities, for example. So, what's important here, and the focus of my talk is going to be about what is involved in developing a biocontrol agent and the kind of teamwork that's involved. So first of all, what we have to do is understand the regulatory environment in North America. Fortunately, biological control agents are regulated under plant protection acts in Canada, Mexico, and the United States, and you can see the regulatory agencies that are responsible. Now, in order to release a biocontrol agent, a dossier is needed justifying the release, and it must be submitted to the regulatory authorities in the country, or, as we know from many of the weed cases, in the countries where release is proposed. So the challenge is that Canada, the US, and Mexico all have their own regulations, and they have their own process for dealing with biological control agents. In Canada, I think this is Christina and Wendy's artwork that you can see up there. In Canada, and you can see that the processes are much different between the countries. And that's something that we'll never get around. However, the solution is to harmonize international standards. And there's been mention about the IPPC, and there is an international standard for phytosanitary measure which governs, oversees biological control organisms. And in North America, we have the NAPO, and people have discussed that before, and Alonso is going to be talking about that a little bit later. But representatives from Canada, Mexico, and the United States have gotten together, and we have developed North American standards for dealing with biological control agents. RSPM 7 deals with phytophagous biocontrol agents, and RSPM 12 deals with entomophagous biocontrol agents. And if you're interested, I have a web link down below, and if you go to that web link, you can actually hear the presentations that were made at a workshop that we did in 2015 to try to educate people regarding what they need to do in order to prepare the information for entomophagous biocontrol agents. And the picture is just, of the group that developed these standards. This is in Mexico, in the heat of summer. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to take an example. This is a project that I've worked on, and try to take you through and give you an idea of what is involved in trying to discover, evaluate, and release a biocontrol agent, and how a lot of people are involved in each of these steps. So cabbage seed pod weevil, and I chose an example that probably very few in the room even have heard of, but this is an invasive species from Europe, and it infests the calyx of canola, and the larvae destroy the seeds. And this it's present in all growing regions in Canada and the United States. It was first reported in British Columbia in 1931. That's more than 80 years ago. And it's now become widespread, and you can see that basically it's moved from Vancouver, which is the area where it was first discovered, and it's moved down through the United States. It jumped over here into the southeastern United States in the 1960s, 70s. Suddenly it appeared, 30 years later in 1995 in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and this is where it's a huge canola growing region in Canada. Then in 2000, it appeared in Quebec and Ontario. These are smaller canola growing regions of Canada, but you can see how things can get around, and it doesn't happen quickly sometimes, but it does happen. Okay, so we need to find the agents, and in order to do that, we have to go overseas and do exploration. CABI stands for the Commonwealth Agricultural Biosciences International, is an organization that Canada has worked with for more than 70 years. They are us overseas. That was good emphasis. And we have partnered with them. We could send Canadian scientists overseas to do this kind of work, but it takes years to build the contacts up, to build, you would have to pay lab fees in order to visit somebody's lab, and that's kind of a temporary situation. This organization, they have the infrastructure that's there. They have the scientists who are educated and specialize in biological control, and as well they have extensive contacts. They know the field sites. So what Canada does is when we have to do overseas work, we work with CABI. And of course there are people there. These are two guys that I've worked with quite extensively over the years. So one of the first things that we have to do overseas is we've got to decide, what are the Achilles heel, what are the stages in the life cycle of the pest that are going to be most vulnerable, and what is it that's going to be the factors that are going to have the greatest impact. They could be parasitoids, they could be pathogens, for example. So we conduct life table studies. This takes 3, 4, 5 years in order to do this. And then we're able to determine what stage we should be looking at most closely in order to find the natural enemies. And one of the things that we do is we're sending Canadian students over there, and they're getting training while they're over there as well. So in this case, we discovered parasitoids in Europe. The initial surveys and literature reviews that were done indicate that there are 3 species that have good potential as biocontrol agents in Canada. And you can see each of them circled, and boy, they look alike, don't they? We also need to be conducting studies in Canada, because are there natural enemies in Canada which may have an impact on the cabbage seed pod weevil in this case. And so again, we've got a whole team of people that get together. These people are extension people. Joe McCaffrey is at the University of Idaho. And we have, university people involved in this. And so, in this case, we did a lot of work right across Canada, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. And what we found is that there are regional differences between the parasitoid complexes that are in Canada, and European genera tend to dominate in British Columbia, which is where the oldest invasion occurred. North American species dominate in recently and very invaded areas derived from the British Columbia invasion. But overall parasitism is pretty low. Therefore, the natural enemies that are here already are not having a great impact. So this reinforces the need to be looking for species in the area of origin and bringing them into, trying to evaluate them to bring them into Canada. I can't say enough about taxonomists. The barcode presentation that was presented earlier, barcoding is a really good tool, and we can use it in biological control, but as Manuel said, without the taxonomist to put a name on it and to have a voucher specimen. If we don't know what we're working on, why are we even bothering? Taxonomists are really important, and when it comes to plant taxonomists, they are a dying breed, and I think that we really need to be talking about supporting positions in plant taxonomy as well. In this case, what this team, one of them, Hans Bauer, is from Switzerland, and Gary Gibson is from the CNC in Canada. They teamed up and basically discovered that what we had been calling one species in Canada was in fact a whole host of species, and that all of the studies that had been done had misidentified what the parasitoids were. As well, with the work that was going on in Europe, a new species was discovered. Now, the point here also is that if we work with taxonomists, we can influence what they actually work on that would be helpful to us. Okay, another thing that we have to consider are potential conflicts. In the case of the cabbage seed pod weevil, it's in the genus Pseudorhynchus, and there are a number, in the subfamily Pseudorhynchini, and there are a number of weed biocontrol agents that are being evaluated, and we need to consider whether or not, if we bring over a parasitoid species that's going to attack one of these weed biocontrol agents, well, there's no point in them bringing it in, but if we can avoid using a species that potentially could attack one of these, then the weed agent could potentially also be involved. And again, so we need to bring in the weed biocontrol people and work with them as well. So we need to take a cautious approach. We've got our problem species. It comes into North America accidentally. We have some candidate parasitoids that we want to consider, evaluate them for their impact and safety. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to have an impact on the native species. So this is why we conduct host specificity testing. Now, for each system that we work on, we have to develop methods in order to conduct this testing. And it takes a long time to figure out how to do this. For one, when we're talking about anamorphous agents, we have a whole nother trophic level to deal with, as opposed to the weed biocontrol agents. I like to tell the weed biocontrol people that, you guys have it easy. Because for each non-target species that we study, we have to figure out what the host plant is. We have to, grow the host plant potentially. We have to rear the the non-target species on that host plant, and then we have to do our testing. And we have to also have controls. So we have to have our target species, same thing. Have the plant, have the host there, so that we conduct can conduct very rigorous studies. This takes a lot of time. In this case, it took us about 10 years to do this type of work. So then, okay, we get our results from the lab studies, and we see that, okay, there are potentially some species, both in Europe and in Canada, non-target species which may be affected. And I want to point something out here. Pseudorhynchus omissus is a species native to North America. Basic biology is something that really we need to start considering and lobbying for in our universities and for government researchers to be able to do. We knew what the name was because it was in the collection and it was on a catalog, of the weevils of Canada and Alaska. We knew nothing about the biology, so we had to go out and we had to discover the biology. We didn't even know what the host plant was. That takes another years of work. So, basic biology studies, they're frowned upon these days, but by God, they're very important. Anyway, so we have identified that there could be some impact on a few species. So what do we do about this? Well, what we need to do is we need to go out in the field. Are the findings in the lab real? When you do testing in the lab, this is in an artificial environment, and the insects are not necessarily behaving normally. So we need to go back out into the field, and we need to do host specificity testing to determine the actual host range, the ecological host range. So we go to the native habitat. Again, we've got our target species, we have our candidate biocontrol agent, and all around that are a number of number of related weevils that are present. And so what we need to do is we need to figure out what the impact of the parasitoid is potentially on these, these other species. And again, we need the taxonomists. But not only the parasitoid taxonomists, but we need to get weevil taxonomists involved because we don't necessarily know the identity of the weevils. So we can do these kind of studies only if the taxonomy of the parasitoids and the weevils is sorted out. Now, while we're conducting these studies, what we do is we find new host parasitoid associations as well as discovering new species. So you don't need to read the table, but what's important here is that over 5 years, in this particular example, 35,000 weevil larvae were collected and reared. And as you can see, Trichomalus perfectus is our target. This is the target, Trichomalus perfectus is the candidate species. This is the target pest, Pseudorhynchus obstrictus. Okay, there's a pretty significant association there, but you can see that also a couple of these other species, that we're seeing relatively high numbers. They're lower than what we find with Pseudorhynchus obstrictus, but still there's an impact. So, ecological host range. What do these results mean? Well, basically what it means is that there's pretty good impact on the target species. There is some level of impact on some of the non-target species, some more than others. So what this might indicate to us is that that in this case the field data confirmed what we found in the lab, and probably that this biocontrol agent is not specific enough, so we would maybe not consider releasing it. Now, this is 10 years of work, and we're at this point. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to think about, what this impact is going to be, and we need to develop a petition for release. A lot of the information, a lot of our results have already been published, so what we did was we pulled all that information into a petition that we will submit, in this case, to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency for critical review, and we will see what kind of a decision that they make. If they approve it, then we may decide maybe no, we don't really want to go ahead, or we may say, okay, the risk is worth what impacts are going to be on the what minimal impacts might be on the non-target species. So that's kind of where we're at, is we have the petition in this example. Now, if it is approved, okay, so let's go step back here a little bit. The regulatory environment in North America. Okay, I indicated that a dossier has to be submitted. The dossier I showed you in the previous slide. So what we do is we then submit it to the CFIA, APHIS, PPQ in the US, and Sanidad Vegetal in Mexico. They have committees that are set up to do peer reviews, and based on a recommendation from the committee, the Canadian Food Inspection in this case would maybe agree with the recommendation or disagree with the recommendation, and they are the final authority on deciding whether or not to approve something. Okay? If it's approved, then we go on to the next step, and we have to develop rearing and release techniques. We have to produce thousands of agents, not tens, and as I alluded to earlier in the talk, this is not an easy task. And so again, we have to invest time and resources to do this. And then once we are able to start releasing populations, it takes a number of years. Another project I'm involved in, we've been doing releases over 5 years, and we feel only now that we have a small population established, it's going to be another 10, possibly 15 years before the population builds enough so that it's actually going to start to have an impact. And then we have to do post-release monitoring for 2 reasons. One, we need to determine whether the thing is established, whether we need to do more releases, but we also need to develop data to demonstrate that it's actually having an impact on the target. And if we have developed hypotheses about potential non-target impacts, we need to follow up on those to see if in fact that is occurring in the field. So the kind of sampling that we would do in the case of the parasitoid of cabbage seed pod weevil is you would get your kids into action to help you do sweeping so that you could see evidence of adults flying around. You could, put, it's not really very obvious here, but you could put bags over plants and see, what develops out of them. Again, we have to develop techniques depending on what the system is that we're working on. And as well, another very important part is to get farmer participation. And the way we do this is that we hold workshops and we talk about biocontrol, we talk about what we're doing, progress we're making. We tell them that it's not a silver bullet because it never is. And we fully engage them so that they buy into the programs. And of course, interviews, questionnaires, IPM fact sheets so that they understand what it's about, when to spray, when not to spray. Okay, and that's, that's sort of the final step. So, to summarize, successful biological control involves collaboration. We have to work with regulatory authorities. We work with researchers. Again, I cannot overemphasize the importance of taxonomists, ecologists, biologists, extension specialists, growers, and students. And that's what the pictures are all about, students. By involving students in these programs, they're learning about what is going on in the system, they're learning about biological control, and they're also, most importantly, they're learning about how to do it right. So, thank you, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Yeah.
Okay.
Could you tell us at the very beginning of that whole process, who decides and what's the decision-making mechanism for picking a particular target to start this very intensive process?
Okay, the question was what sort of a process is involved in deciding whether or not to initiate a biocontrol program on a particular pest. There are a whole lot of considerations that need to be considered. I mean, is it a high-value crop? Is it something in which the system is set up so that it actually might work? If something is being sprayed and sprayed and sprayed and sprayed, okay, is biocontrol going to fit in with this? What sort of what do we know about natural enemies? Is it is it going to be feasible in the first place? There's a whole list of things that need to be done. Sometimes government will ask us. Emerald ash borer, government asks, says we need to have a solution. So, let's think about biological control. It's not an easy answer, but there are a lot of considerations that come into play. Hopefully that's good enough.
I was also sort of interested in who.
So
You
who?
said government agency asked in the case of emerald ash borer, but say in an agricultural case,
Yeah.
is it because a farmer association raised it, or
Well,
kind
that's
of brings it to your attention?
yeah. Farmer associations. Yes, they are an important factor in whether or not we pursue this. Oftentimes, they will go through in Canada through the provincial agriculture people, and they will bring it to our attention. I'm working on another project on leeks and garlic, and the reason I'm working on it is because the province asked me to do that. Yeah.
It's a related question. How do you decide which non-target species to include in understanding the impacts?
Okay, how do we decide which non-target species to include? I apologize that I didn't put the slide in there, and that's a whole nother talk actually. Basically what we've done in Anamorphous biocontrol is, in weed biocontrol, they use what they call the centrifugal, centrifugal method. I forgot the full name of it, but it was developed back in the 1970s. Phylogenetic.
Centrifugal phylogenetic.
Yeah, thanks. Centrifugal phylogenetic method, where you take the species that are most closely related to the target, and then you kind of work your way out. In weed biocontrol, and thanks for asking that question because this allows me to make another point. In weed biocontrol, they often will test 150 plant species, and that takes a long time to do. I question why they have to test that many species, because I think if you choose the species very carefully, you can do many fewer and you can do a better job. For anamorphous biocontrol agents, as I said, we have an additional trophic level to deal with. So we cannot test 100 or 150 species, then the project would never get done. So what we've done is we've developed a method where we look at the taxonomic relationships, but we also look at other things like ecological parameters. Does it occur in a similar habitat? Does it occur at the same time of year as the target species? If it occurs at a different time of year, why test it? This isn't going to happen. We also consider beneficial species. The weed biocontrol agents is a good example of the beneficial species. So we've developed a process where we carefully set up different things, morphological similarities. If we're going after a pupal parasitoid and it attacks microlapse that are in a woven cocoon, that's an ecological similarity because the parasitoid uses those cues as stimulus in order to parasitize. So something that's really big and then goes in the ground rather than on a leaf, that's irrelevant. So that's an ecological similarity. Does that answer the question?
Can I have that mic?
Or is it attached?
So thank you very much. So we're going to go into the next presentation.
Which one is this? This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a Mac computer, so.
Okay.
Can you fix it?
Yeah, I'll fix it. So I would like to introduce, let me see if I pronounce it right, Dr. Sankaran from the Kerala Forest Research Institute.
I'll stand up next time.
Well, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers, especially Chuck and Mike, for inviting me here to participate in this forum. Before I go to my presentation, I would like to share some of my concerns as an invasive species specialist. We, who are fighting tooth and nail to manage invasive species, face several challenges. The foremost of these is, of course, the species themselves, which are very difficult to manage, hard nut to crack. There is a second one which gained importance now. This is posed by some of our colleagues. They say that the concept of alien invaders are somewhere close to a racist concept. The ideas are similar to stories in science fiction films on space invaders. There is argument that there is no scientific backing to brand a God-given species as good or bad or native or alien. Also, there is widespread criticism that we publish stories on invasion based mostly on projected fears, prejudices, and half-baked judgments. It's argued that ecosystems are not characterized by balance or harmony, but rather by change and randomness. And crossover of species is just a natural phenomenon. So here is another enemy to fight. It's unfortunate that despite all the mounting evidence that invasive species can cause harm, some colleagues spread such negativism. My another concern is that despite all the attempts that we make to manage invasive species, success stories are minimum. They are not significant. So, friends, my question is, are we fighting a losing battle? If so, should we go for changing our strategies or we go for a different approach? So I leave it to you to ponder on, and in the meantime, I'll go ahead with my presentation. Okay, as you know, India is a mega diverse country, 7th biggest in the world, with only 2.4% of the world land area, but it harbors 7 to 8% of all recorded species. We have 4 global biodiversity hotspots in India, represented by Himalayas, the Western Ghats, the Northeast, and the Nicobar Islands. And we have exceptionally high endemism. We have 39 sites in India inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. And forests in India occupy 21% of the geographical area of the country. The diverse physical features and climatic conditions have resulted in a variety of ecosystems in India. Say we have desert, we have seashores, we have snow-clad mountains, evergreen forests, dry deciduous, moist deciduous, temperate forests, and sclerophyllous forests. And the main threats to biodiversity in India are land use changes, which is happening all over the world, overexploitation of resources, invasion by alien species, of course, and climate change. However, India was one of the first countries to enact a comprehensive Biological Diversity Act in 2002. In India, we have recorded around 18,000 vascular plants. That's 12% of the world flora. Of these, 5,725 species are endemic. And we have recently estimated the number of non-native plants in India. It's published also. It's around 2,100. Of these, we have found that 300 species are invasive. And damages due to invasive species to agriculture and forest in India is estimated to be $91 million. There's a paper by Pimentel et al. But I think this is an underestimation, and the author has not considered costs for managing the species and cost due to lost species. And Hoffman and Broadhurst report in 2016 that cost for IAS in Australia is around 13.6 billion during 2011-2012. World figures are a high 1.4 trillion. I don't know whether it holds good still, but that's from a paper published long back. I have shown the picture of 2 endemic species here, Impatiens verticillata and Syzygium palcatans. I hail from Kerala, the southwest corner of India, and the area of the state is around 38,000 square kilometers. We have palm-led beaches, we have a 600-kilometer long beach, seashore, and we have backwaters. We have 44 rivers flowing through Kerala. And I must proudly say that we have a large chunk of natural evergreen forests in Kerala. And we have the biodiversity hotspot in the Western Ghats. We are thickly populated, unlike the US or Canada. We have 860 people per square kilometer. And we have very heavy rainfall, 3,000 millimeters per year. And the climate is tropical, wet, humid. And our institute conducted a survey on invasive plants in the state, and we found that we have 82 species. Of these 82, 20 are of high risk. What I will do now is that I will give you a cross-section of the main invasive plants we encounter in India and the control measures that we normally adopt. The first in the list is Mycenia micrantha. These species need not be familiar to you people in the US, but mind you, most of these species come from the Americas. Mycenia micrantha originates from Central and South America. It's widespread where there is heavy rainfall like Southwest India in Kerala and Northeast India in Assam, Meghalaya, etc. And occupies a variety of habitats, natural forests, agricultural lands. It smothers and kills trees and crop plants. It's a climber, a perennial climber. And it also affects the life of tribal people in Kerala who live in forests. We have a community by the name Kadar community in the forests of Kerala who live by collecting non-wood forest produce. Since Mycenia is a problem covering all the reed bamboos, they are unable to collect the required number of reed bamboo to earn their livelihood. The control of Mycenia we have tried. I have been working on this species for the last 10-15 years on the ecology and biology of this species. And we found that uprooting is the best method, which is not easy to do. Slashing promotes regrowth. And the slashing will have to be done every 3 months. Otherwise, the weed cannot be controlled because there is a heavy soil seed bank. What we do not do in Kerala is that we will not go for restoration sites by fast growing native species. Chemical control, we have tried several chemicals. We found that glyphosate is the best, but again we had to go for repeated applications. For biocontrol, a silver bullet, we found a fungus, a rust fungus by the name Puccinias pegasini, which was introduced from Trinidad, the home country of the weed, and it was released in Kerala. But it was the first time that we released a fungus as a biocontrol agent. The inoculum load was not sufficient to sustain infection. However, the fungus is reported to be working well in countries like Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Taiwan. So we wanted to reintroduce the fungus and release it in India, but our attempts have been so far unsuccessful because the government of India is not very happy in introducing biocontrol agents for the worry that it may affect other plants, despite all the host-specific tests that we have done. So this is how the infestation look like. The fungus affects the leaves, petioles, and stem, and ultimately it kills the host. This is how a moist deciduous forest affected by Mycenia look like. It's all covered by Mycenia. Lantana is a species which is very familiar to you, I am sure, but all Lantana camera are not invasive. There are several biotypes of Lantana. The yellow flowered ones or the white flowered ones are not invasive, but this one particularly with the orange flower is very invasive. And as far as I know, is invasive in 60 countries across the globe. It occupies disturbed natural forests, agricultural areas. The control is not easy. We have been putting a lot of effort on that. Lantana occupies the understory of most of the moist deciduous forests in Kerala and Assam. What happens is that Growth of lantana in deciduous forest, moist deciduous forest, will not permit growth of any other species, any other native species. So what happens is that the wildlife which cannot find food in the native forest will start moving across and enter into the farmer's garden to feed on banana. So that's the beginning of one reason for the man-wildlife conflict in India, because the wildlife cannot find the fodder because of invasive species. Chemical methods of control, post-emergence application of some of the herbicides. Biological control, there are around 40 biocontrol agents released across the globe. We have tried around 10, but none is known to be successful. And we propose introduction of Escherichia lantanae, a flower gall mite, Ophiomia camerae, leaf mining fly, and Puccinia lantanae, a rust fungus. The next one is, of course, Chromelina odorata, a fast-growing perennial shrub native to tropical America. It's an aggressive competitor. It invades almost all the ecosystems. We tried control by uprooting, slashing, and controlled burning. Chemicals, of course, they are effective for the short term. You will have to go on repeating it, which is not permitted in India. We do not permit use of herbicides, especially in forest areas. However, in the agricultural areas, they are used indiscriminately. Biological, we have released 2 agents, a leaf feeding moth and a gall fly, but it was not of any use. However, we have rediscovered Parachaetus, the leaf feeding moth in Kerala, 20 years after its release, very recently. The next is Parthenium hysterophorus, which was introduced to India through the import of wheat from the US way back in early 1900s, 1920 or so. It is widespread in India now. It's an aggressive colonizer. The most important thing is that it's allelopathic and it causes allergy in human beings and causes diseases in animals which browse on them. Control uprooting is effective, but should be done before flowering and setting of fruits. Otherwise, it will aid the spread of the weed. Chemical, several herbicides have been tried, and one beetle is very efficient, that is Zygogramma bicolorata, which can feed on the leaf. Use of Zygogramma is common in the northern parts of the country, but it's not used in southern parts because the information is not passed on. So those in the south do not know Zygogramma will work. That's a problem. Mimosa diplotrica, variety diplotrica, is an erect shrub. It can form dense thorny thickets. It's a native of tropical America. So it smothers and kills native plants. It invades almost all ecosystems. Control is uprooting or slashing. A sap feeding bug has been introduced in the Pacific Islands. We don't know whether it was effective, but it is said to be attempted in India. We face a problem, a big problem due to Mimosa diplotrica because in Assam, in the Kaziranga National Park, thick bushes of the weed will not permit the endangered one-horned rhinoceros to travel within the forest for fodder or to have water near the water bodies. So the government of Assam, on a war-food basis, declared uprooting all the Mimosa diplotrica plants in the national park to save this animal. Prosopis juliflora, a medium-sized tree. It was introduced in India in the 1860s to take care of the fuel wood need. Later on, within no time, it started spreading across India. It is widespread in arid and semi-arid areas. If you go to the states of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, you can see prosopis everywhere. You cannot see a single native species growing under prosopis juliflora. In the 1990s, you cannot go to Tamil Nadu telling them that we are going to control this species because there is a socio-economical issue. People in the village largely depend on burning prosopis wood for charcoal, and that was the only livelihood they had. But of late, they now recognize the invasive potential of prosopis and they want to take our help to manage it. Even though 2 seed-feeding beetles have been released in South Africa, we don't know whether they are effective. However, biocontrol has not been attempted in India so far. Lucina leucocephala, introduced as a wonder tree for fodder and firewood purposes. It's a native to Mexico and Central America. And it invades disturbed and degraded sites and agricultural areas, forms very dense thickets, not permitting any of the native species to grow under it. There's a beetle by the name Acanthosclids. It was released in South Africa, but we don't know the efficacy of it. Biocontrol has not been attempted in India so far. Acacia meansi, or the black wattle, is a native to South and East Australia. It was initially introduced as a ornamental tree, and later on people started to use it for extracting tannin. It was mainly planted in the natural grasslands, in the highlands in Kerala, to occupy the close area of the Shola forest, that's the tropical montane forest. Later on, it started invading the Shola forest, where we have many endemic species. So, the main method of control is uprooting of seedlings. No biological control has been attempted in India so far. This continues to be a big problem. Robinia pseudoacacia, I am sure you are familiar with this species. This is native to southeast United States. However, the invasion by this species is restricted to temperate zones in India, the state of Jammu and Kashmir. It is introduced for reclaiming land and as an ornamental, but invades agricultural areas, natural forests. It easily adapts to drought, air pollutants, etc. Control measures are yet to be attempted. The tree of heaven, Ailanthus altissima, which is also a problem in the US. It comes from northeast and central China. It's characterized by suckering habit and foul odor. It's used extensively as an ornamental tree. It grows in almost all climatic conditions. It's drought hardy, does not tolerate shade. Sepium sebiferum, or the Chinese tallow tree, I think you use a different name for this. It's a small deciduous tree native to China and Japan. It's introduced an ornamental tree in India. It has got rapid growth and prolific seeding. It produces a large number of seeds, 100,000 to 150,000 per tree. It was introduced and planted in the state of Uttar Pradesh way back in 1858. We have certain new invasions also in India. Mimosa pigra, which is widespread in the Asia Pacific region, and we were very lucky that we didn't have this species, invasion by this species, till last year. But we came across this species in Assam in August last year. It's a native of tropical America. It occupies floodplains, converting them into unproductive scrubland. It occurs in agricultural areas, coastland. It's widely distributed in the Asia Pacific region. The next new invader is Spagneticola trilobata, which we call Singapore daisy. It's an ornamental creeping herb which forms a dense ground cover. It occurs in agricultural areas, coastland, and is widely distributed in the Asia-Pacific region. So our main concern is that we don't have a general protocol for managing any of these species. All the attempts are made at a local level, and success stories are not translated across the country. Nevertheless, there are a couple of success stories. One is the management of Senna spectabilis, which is a recent introduction to Kerala. It's an ornamental tree native to tropical America. It was introduced inadvertently. There's a mistaken identity. The forest department thought it is one of the native trees which produce flowers like this. However, it was when it was introduced, and later on within a couple of years we found that it spreads very fast like a wildfire. Propagation is through seeds. And what we did through carefully planned experiments, we found that we can manage the species by uprooting the saplings and debarking trees extending below the collar region. You can see debarking done here, and you can see the death of trees. So that we found as a good practice to manage Senna spectabilis. Another success story is management of Salvinia molesta. It's an aquatic weed native to South America, which is widespread in the backwaters and rivers in Kerala. We introduced a weevil by the name Cytobagus salviniae, which feeds on Salvinia way back in 1983. It was an outstanding success, and we don't have the problem of Salvinia now, but areas occupied by Salvinia has been taken over by Icornia crassipus, and we don't have a solution to manage Icornia acet. So there are several scopes for managing invasive alien species in India. We form a model system with its diverse mosaic of socio-ecological landscapes. So any success in managing invasive plants will have regional as well as global implications. We have commendable expertise in taxonomy of plants, insects, animals and all that. And we have several research institutions and universities across India who are involved in studies on the ecology and management of invasive species. So we need to link these institutions to achieve common goals. And we have now a comprehensive database on invasive species in the country, only for plants. We don't have a database for microorganisms or insects. We have yet to develop that. And it's possible to link between different government departments so as to prioritize and assign responsibilities. And there is growing attention on the need to conserve biodiversity, which has highlighted the need of control of invasive species. And we are sure that we can benefit from proactive early response and rapid action system, since success of such systems can manage invasive species. The economic costs due to IAS in India are huge. This is a direct bearing on the livelihood of people dependent on provision of ecosystem goods and services from national ecosystems. So management of IAS can be a green investment. Constraints. The first thing is lack of awareness. I was leading the Asia Pacific Forest Invasive Species Network for over 6 years. And this was a time when we attempted to create more awareness on the damages due to invasive species across the Asia Pacific region. It was successful, and people are more informed of the damages due to IAS, and there's at least now a concern that invasive species are spreading and we need to do something to manage them. Lack of policy. We don't have a exclusive national policy or legislation to address the problem of IAS in India. This concerns not only India. Most countries across the Asia Pacific region do not have a policy. Since I have worked in most countries in the Asia Pacific region, I know that some of the neighboring countries like Maldives or Myanmar, Bhutan, Nepal, they do not have a policy to deal with invasive species. In India, what happens is that a multi-agency and multi-program approach is adopted, which has not been helpful. We have a number of excellent legislations, but there are no coordinated approaches to deal with IAS issues in any comprehensive way. There is no single agency exclusively devoted to address IAS issues. We don't have an invasive species council like Canada or the US. We have the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change who deal with the matters of biodiversity, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare who will deal with the implementation of phytosanitary standards and quarantine regulations. We lack an institutional mechanism. There's always a question when an invasive species is spotted, who will do what? Who is going to handle this? Whether it's the Forest Department, whether it's the Agriculture Department, which department will handle this? So, and there is various interaction between scientists and policy makers. And despite credible scientific proof of the damages that invasive species can cause, the issue is yet to find a place in the environmental agenda of the country. Lack of adequate tools, skills and experience. We do not conduct regular forest surveillance, and early detection rapid response are very seldom practiced. We don't have quantitative and qualitative information on invasion and spread of alien species. The ecology of main species is unknown, which prevents prediction of the impact of invasive species. This also frustrates attempts at management. Quarantine regulations need refinement. We need to build the capacity of the customs and quarantine officials, and we also improve checking at airports and seaports to curb transportation of plants, seeds, fruits, etc. Domestic quarantine is almost absent. You can take any species from state to state. Current threats to India are, the first and foremost is Brontispa longissima, which occurs in Maldives and Myanmar, which are neighbors to India. This feeds on coconut. Coconut is the main source of income for people in Kerala. So far, we are lucky that we do not have Brontispa in Kerala. The leaf beetle chew on large area surface of the leaflets and cause death of the underlying tissue. And in the longer term, the tree will be killed. So we are keeping our fingers crossed to see that this particular species is not crossing over to Kerala or Sri Lanka. This is how the beetle affects the coconut palms. The next one is Puccinia cidii, the myrtaceous rust fungus. Origin is South and Central America. It distributed in the US, Australia and Japan. It's a big threat to eucalyptus plantations. So it's spreading very fast. It has been reported from Japan and China very recently. There's a third one, that's Myconia calvescens. I have not included here. It is there in Sri Lanka, and I have read recently that it's also there in Hawaii. So here also we are keeping our fingers crossed to see that this species is not say crossing over to Kerala or India, the mainland. There are several threats from India to other countries, the neighboring countries like Bhutan and Myanmar. Species are there on the doorstep, like Prosopis is no longer, it's not there in Bhutan now. Mimosa pigra. Also, Myanmar, Acacia myansi is not a problem in Myanmar. Robinia pseudoacacia has not occurred in Myanmar. So these are all threats from India to Myanmar. And threats to Nepal also, from across the border. Main threats to Maldives, Chromelina, Mycenia, Parthenium, Mimosa, they do not occur in Maldives. So they are also under threat. So what's the way forward? Urgently, we need to develop a national strategy to deal with invasive alien species in India and establish a nodal agency to implement policies. The agency can develop a unified national system for regulation of introduction of all alien species. They have to conduct the risk analysis and strengthen the national and domestic quarantine measures and ensure proper implementation. The quarantine measures are to be reviewed and necessary provisions added. And we must arrange to conduct forest surveillance every now and then. And we must ensure also the adoption of early detection and rapid response to manage recent and future introductions. We must build the capacity of all those who are involved, like foresters and quarantine officials, customs officials, for effective implementation of IAS management. We need to implement restoration of degraded ecosystems and areas cleared of alien plants with fast-growing native species. Unless restoration of ecosystems are practiced, management of invasive species will not work. We must raise awareness. There is awareness, but I think we wanted to work more on that, on the damage due to IAS among all stakeholders, and establish linkages with all the stakeholders who are concerned with the forests and other ecosystems. We must work out management protocols for the main invasive alien species in India, involving scientists, foresters, and the local people. And it is necessary to translate the protocols across the country. Otherwise, if there are success stories in the south, people in the north wouldn't know, and vice versa. That's all. Thank you. Questions are most welcome.
Please repeat the question when you.
Yeah, okay. I was running very fast because I was told that I have only 30 minutes. I can stand and speak for hours together.
So
Yeah.
lunch is going to be outside again. We're going to get the webinar set up that's going through lunch. So everybody can go outside, start getting your lunch, and then we're going to come back in and listen to the CWMA, SISMA webinars, and that will start as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
but so great to see so many returning faces as well as some new faces on the Stewardship Network's monthly webcast. I'm pleased to be here with Chris Evans from the University of Illinois and Sherry Williams with the Florida Invasive Species Partnership, and Kevin Rowling from the River to River CWMA. So thanks so much for joining us and sharing your experience. Really appreciate that. I want to take a moment and orient you to the virtual room in which you're sitting in reality. You will see on the left-hand side, you'll see the slides that are there. Then you will see a list of the people who are attending. I want to welcome you all online. Thanks so much to returning Stewardship Network monthly webcast attendees as well as new ones. I encourage you all to do what Kevin has done, where he talked about lots of background noise as everybody's quieted down now once we've gotten started. But take a moment, as Jim just did, and introduce yourself. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And with that, I encourage you all also to make use of the chat, and any questions that you do have, if you all here in person want to do this in real time, you could log in, stewardshipnetworkwebcast.org, and type any questions that you have as we go along. I'm really pleased to be here again with Chris, Kevin, and Sherry, and I want to do a special shout out to the North American Invasive Species Forum. Thanks so much for having us here in steamy Savannah, Georgia. I want to thank you all online who are members of the Stewardship Network, supporters of the Stewardship Network. Your financial support allows us to continue to broadcast these free online monthly webcasts as we have done each and every second Wednesday of the month during the Eastern Time Zone's noon hour for more than 10 years. We've done over 100 of these, so thanks so much for your support. That makes that possible. For those of you who don't know, the Stewardship Network is a 501c3 nonprofit, and our mission is to connect, equip, and mobilize people and organizations to care for land and water in their communities. As I said, the network is all about collaboration. We are about partnerships. You all online and in this room are a great representation of the broad array of partnerships that the Stewardship Network engages in. Webcasts are just one of the many things we do, so if you don't know about the Stewardship Network, I encourage you to take a moment and go online, learn a little bit more about us. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the different collaborative conservation communities we do, but right now you all could be using our searchable events calendar. We have job postings online for people who are interested in finding either employment or employees in this field. You'll find all kinds of positions posted there. And I'll talk a little bit more in this webcast, unlike in other webcasts, about our collaborative conservation communities and our clusters. So I'll tell you more about that. As I said, I'm really pleased to be here with Chris Evans at the University of Illinois Department of Natural Resources, Environmental Sciences, Kevin Rowling with River to River Cooperative Weed Management Area, and Sherry Williams with the Florida Invasive Species Partnership. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris.
All right, thanks, Lisa. We're virtually changing chairs here.
Literally.
Literally changing chairs.
Exactly, because we are not only doing this on webcast and live, but we're also YouTubing it.
Right. So what I wanted to do today was spend a little bit of time just giving an introduction to these local partnerships and understanding kind of where they came from, what they are, and how all these different ones are related, and then turn it over to everybody else to talk about the specific examples. So just in general, with invasive species, we have a lot of issues with those, and sometimes these are big problems where with multiple species, multiple land areas, and so it can be a challenge dealing with them. And so there's a need out there. We understand that these invasive species problems are larger than any one landowner or even one land management agency. They cross boundaries, and dealing with them often is not a successful endeavor if you're limited to just what you own. And then we also know that one landowner can be impacted either negatively or positively by the type of management or lack of management on adjacent or nearby lands. So in a lot of ways, I think we understand that we're kind of all in this together, and we're influencing each other's issues with invasive species. And we know that uncoordinated efforts, isolated management, short-term projects historically have not led to success. There's just been reinvasion and not a wise use of resources. So all of this kind of led to us understanding that we need some higher level of collaboration or coordination moving forward. And so, dealing with one of these bigger problems, these larger infestations that span property boundaries, this up to the fence problem that we talk about, where you control it all on your land, like in this picture here, and then if your neighbor doesn't, In this uncoordinated fashion, it is a unsuccessful endeavor, and you're just gonna kind of wasting your money. So, and that's kind of the background or the need of why we need this higher level coordination. And I had this slide on Monday, but you're moving from random acts of conservation to a more coordinated effort. So that's really what these are. These different names, and we'll get into the names in a minute, but these local partnerships are formalized and have a defined area that focus on invasive species. And there's a lot of benefits to these kind of partnerships. The big thing, I think, is you're actually addressing these invasive species, or you have the ability to address invasive species at an appropriate scale. You're not necessarily bound by property lines that way. There's opportunities for more funding. You're enhancing coordination, collaboration through a formalized method. And these allow you to more easily, since everybody's kind of coordinating their messages, to increase public awareness, increase support for your efforts, and then just enhance the visibility of the invasive species work going on in that area. And overall, it can lead to a wiser use of resources. And I was really happy yesterday that one of the speakers brought up the collective impact idea, and this really truly fits really nicely with these local partnerships, in the sense that we're not necessarily doing new things or doing more work. It's just coordinating the work so that everybody's work is kind of working in synergy together. And that collective impact theory or idea really sums up nicely what we're trying to do with these local partnerships. So I guess the first question you get all the time is, what's up with all these different names? There's local partnerships called cooperative weed management areas or cooperative invasive species management areas. There's PRISMs, which I'm not even sure what those stand for.
Partnerships for Regional Invasive Species Management.
There you go, Partnership for Regional Invasive Species Management. There's invasive plant partnerships. There's the new names coming out of the Stewardship Network, the CCCs, and et cetera, and et cetera. And really, everybody kind of calls them what they want, since there's not a formalized definition or certificate to becoming a cooperative weed management or one of these local partnerships. So basically, these are all different names for essentially the same type of organization. A localized, formalized partnership within a defined area that addresses invasive species. So whether you're a CWMA, a SISMA, a PRISM, or any of these others, you kind of all fit into that same idea. And there's a lot of these. This is an older map here, but they really caught on. I think we've seen the benefits to these localized partnerships, and now they're well established and well spread out throughout the United States. So some of the commonalities to these local partnerships, so they're typically in a defined geographical area, and they have involvement or representation from landowners or natural resource management agencies in that defined area. Typically they're led by some kind of steering committee. The big thing is that there's a commitment to cooperation, and that's the hook with a lot of these partnerships, of that we understand the need for cooperation, and that's what they're built upon. And most of these have some level of a comprehensive plan to address invasive species. So these can vary in scope, in the sense that there's some of these local partnerships that are only deal with one single species. There's quite a few that only really address terrestrial invasive plant species or aquatic invasive plant species. A lot of these local partnerships address all invasive plant species. And then recently, a lot of them are moving more to all taxa, where it's not just plants, but it's other types of invasive species. And then even more recently, I see a lot of them are kind of moving towards looking at other aspects of management, not just invasive species. I know there's some ideas of forest management where you're looking at prescribed fire or other needs kind of wrapped up with invasive species, and I think that's one way these local partnerships are moving now. In size, they vary a lot in size. Some are single county or even less than one county. A lot of these are multiple counties within a small area. There's a few statewide cooperative weed management areas or similars, and there's a few that even cross state boundaries. So really deciding on the size, or these are developed based upon the problems or the scope they're addressing and trying to match that local need or that scale they need to address the problem. These really started as cooperative weed management areas in the western U.S., kind of as an outgrowth of the county weed commissions. I think it was in the early 90s in the greater Yellowstone area was kind of the first created cooperative weed management area. And initially they were a focus on noxious weeds in rangelands. As this concept moved east and we had different land ownership complexities, they kind of broadened and redefined the scope of these. And then really the Pulling Together Initiative grant program through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation was one of the programs that really encouraged the development of these local partnerships. The CWMA cookbook from the Midwest Invasive Plant Network and then out west as well kind of helped lay the groundwork for a lot of people to understand how to develop these, as well as the 1999 executive order here in the U.S. on invasive species encouraged further involvement by federal agencies with us.
And you might have, as you can see on this slide, different people. So the Michigan Prescribed Fire Council is interested in invasives and education, but they're not really interested in volunteers, or they're not interested in protection of land itself. And so you're able to choose where you dial in, as opposed to needing to dial into the whole. So there's a planning committee, and then you can tune in as needed. And again, you can have a formal structure. This is our West Michigan Conservation Network's formal structure, where they have a leadership committee, then they have subcommittees, and they have working groups under that. Again, the idea is that they're novel and flexible. It's self-organized as you would in the community, with a combination of the talent, the passion, and the experience that folks bring. It's highly responsive and adaptive to the community, and so it's not prescriptive. The Stewardship Network is very much a network. It's not a chapter-based organization where we have all of these elements that you need to follow. We have all kinds of best practices and advice and facilitation experience and technology experience that we can bring to you. Again, there can be episodic contributions, so folks who come and chime in for a short bit and then leave, or they can come and be steady contributors throughout the whole time. Again, the thing that we really appreciate is the multiplier effect. We had the president of our board one time who was a researcher at Michigan State University, said that he found us because we were the resource that he found. He wanted to restore a prairie, and he was just trying to figure out how to do it. And then, so he was on our board for a long time and was involved with us. And then we started one of our collaborative conservation communities in his geography, and he called me, he was like, oh, now I see it on the ground. I mean, just that multiplier effect and bringing people together is a really powerful part. Again, what they essentially engage in, our collaborative conservation communities, are education and outreach and conservation action. They are CWMAs and SISMAs and have received funding for some of that in some regions, and in some regions they haven't received any of that funding from state or federal level, but that's just fine. We're there to help guide them through getting grants and not having grants and relying all on volunteers. But again, we provide that backbone structure for them to be able to just go out and do the work. We do it in many different ways. We have leadership summits for our coordinators. We provide online community and resources, technology, turnkey pieces for them to be able to tap into, online websites, databases, e-communication, registration, all of those kinds of things that take a long time to develop, but we can just say, here, you have it right there, and you don't have to go through developing it. We can connect people with examples of different ways of starting tool cribs or burn co-ops and other kinds of, and so we share a lot of lessons across the clusters, and so you can learn about that as well as learn from each other. Again, I want to just mention the monthly webcasts. For those of you who don't know about them, they are online each and every second Wednesday of the month from noon to 1. Susan just did one 2 months ago on Play Clean Go, so on a variety of different topics. As Susan and I said, hey, we did it remotely, and so this is a nice chance for us to meet each other in person. We've got our searchable events calendar and our job postings, so things that you can tap into. We also bring everybody together once a year for our Science, Practice, and Art of Restoring Native Ecosystems conference in January, when we're all inside, or at least those of us in the north are inside. What do you people down here in south do? Again, we're all about kind of that individual, community, ecosystem, and network resilience and relationships, so we focus a lot on that and really think it is all about relationship. And so as we're doing this work in the field and controlling invasive species, so those are some of the services that the network provides to these SISMAs, CWMAs, PRISMs, and collaborative conservation communities. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to tell us a little bit about River to River. And let's just see, Kevin is not seeing.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Hopefully everyone can hear me. This is Kevin Rolling. I'm with the River to River Cooperative Weed Management Area, and I was asked to deliver a presentation as an example of a long-running and successful CWMA. So I've been the coordinator here for about 2 years, and I've done several other positions in the past, but one other I'll mention is my position on the Southern Illinois Invasive Species Strike Team, which is a project of the River to River CWMA. So I've been on kind of a couple different ends of this organization. So the River to River CWMA is one of the formalized partnerships between 13 federal and state agencies, nonprofit organizations, and universities, but our collaboration goes much farther beyond that. The 13 formal organizations are connected by a memorandum of understanding, so they're a more formal partnership, but we have a lot of others that I'll talk about in a little bit. We're concentrated on the southernmost 11 counties in Illinois. And for those of you who may not be familiar, this area is significant in terms of conservation. In Illinois and nationally, we have 3 conservation opportunity areas: the Shawnee National Forest, 3 national wildlife refuges, Crab Orchard, Cypress Creek in the middle Mississippi, 15 state parks, 22 state natural areas, 9 NGO conservation areas, and 2,100 species of flowering plants here that actually make the region rival the diversity found in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. We also have 107 state threatened and endangered species, and about 67% of the species in greatest need of conservation here are directly threatened by invasive species. So we've been around since 2006. It's one of the oldest CWMAs in the East and one of the longest running with a full-time coordinator. And similar to the slide Chris had up earlier, we have these several focal areas, and pretty typical of most CWMAs: education, outreach, EDRR, prevention, control, and research. So here are the logos of the partners that are in our MOU. So this is a formal setup. Having this MOU allows for a more seamless collaborative organization. Helps us to cut through a lot of red tape when dealing with large bureaucracies like the Forest Service and other federal agencies. And we have a lot of really strong partnerships outside of the MOU. Here we have quite a few listed, most of them pretty typical. One partnership that we have recently is with the Southern Illinois Prescribed Burn Association, and I'll talk in some detail in a little bit about one of the projects we have going on with them. And another that's listed here that might not be one of the typical partners, the Southern Illinois Electric Cooperative. So we've had projects in the past where we've dealt with a project working with utility companies and rights of way to help improve pollinator habitat and to address the spread of invasives along those right-of-way corridors. So one of the example projects I wanted to talk about is the Integrating Prescribed Fire and Invasive Plant Control project. So as I mentioned before, this is a partnership with our key collaborator, the Southern Illinois Prescribed Burn Association, but it also includes several other partners, the IDNR, especially their district foresters. So we're helping implement practices under the IDNR's forest management plans. And in return then, a lot of the IDNR staff time goes towards matching the federal grant that funds this project. And the Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, is the grant contributor, and they benefit from having adjacent landowner management and outreach. And in addition to those formal partners, we have a ton of volunteer support from various organizations like the UI Extension, Master Naturalists, the local Sierra Club Group, and the Green Earth Land Trust. And without them, I don't think we'd be able to achieve the number of volunteer hours that we need under this project. This has been a very successful project for us, and it's coming to a close this summer. But we hope to continue more or less and expand upon it with a new proposal that we submitted last fall. We ranked highly, but we're waiting to hear whether or not we've been funded on that. Some additional projects includes the Makanda Township Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So this is a project that addresses the wildfire risk in an area of Illinois with high wildland-urban interface. So homes are in this area are within the forest, and so one aspect of reducing the wildfire risk is invasive species control. So I help to consult on invasive species issues through this project, which invasives might be lead to a greater wildfire risk, how to control those species, and the proper timing for treatment of those species in terms of the other practices like tree thinning and other things. Another project is the Shawnee National Forest Education and Management. That included funding for a number of outreach events, but also another aspect of that was to survey and report on invasive species occurrences at several ecological areas where the Forest Service was planning to do some tree harvest. Having those invasive species surveys helps them in terms of planning for the management of those sites following the tree harvest. This also includes the Southern Illinois Invasive Species Strike Team project, where I help to guide their work alongside many of our partners. And they've been around pretty close to as long as the actual CWMA. So that's been a long-running project for us and a highly successful one. In addition, we have another project with the Shawnee, their Natural Areas Stewardship Project. And under that, there are a number of activities planned. One thing that we did last year was put on a series of events under a national campaign called Pulling for Bats, which I believe was organized by the Forest Service and Bat Conservation International. I may have butchered that, so they organized campaigns to address invasive species, and last year's was Pulling for Bats, so addressing invasive plants that may be negatively impacting bat populations in the area. So we did a presentation with some folks from the Fish and Wildlife Service, and then supplemented that with a couple of volunteer days in some of the natural areas of the Shawnee. Another example project that we had, this one was completed as I came on a couple years ago, but this one was targeting a specific invasive, the Callery pear, which, as many of you know, has become more and more of an issue, and people keep planting it. So we made it a priority to try and educate the public about this species. And so there were several facets to this. We created a brochure, had outreach events. We created a native tree and shrub demonstration garden at Carbondale City Park. And also included was a creation of a logo and a calorie paired creature, which kind of served as the mascot for this project. And so that image is actually was created with support from a private partner, Invasive Plant Control, and it is copyrighted by them, but it is available for use in education outreach projects. So something to get the kids kind of interested. And just kind of summarize a little bit about our education outreach events. We do a ton of these throughout the year, of course, but we typically reach around 1,000 individuals each year through those events. And I wanted to mention a little bit about CWMA's projects over time, and I looked back at the original funding sources for our CWMA and what we have today, and a lot of them are the same. As you can see, quite a bit of our funding comes from the U.S. Forest Service and Fish and Wildlife, but what's happened recently in Illinois that's impacted our work has been the state budget impasse that's been going on for about 2 years now, and that's really limited our availability of state funding. They're basically, all of their state grants that are typically available are on hold. So in addition to that money not being available, it also hampers us in terms of non-federal match. So we've had to make some adjustments there. We've increased our amount of volunteer match dollars and stepped up our volunteer efforts. But we've also switched to supplementing some of our match through the IGNR staff time. So even if they can't contribute matching dollars, they can still contribute their time and the money that goes into their work. So we have several new project proposals out there, a couple more through the Forest Service. One I mentioned earlier, this Ensuring Forest Health for the Future. This would complement several ongoing projects and be a continuation and extension of the project to bring invasive species control and prescribed fire to private lands. So we're very hopeful that that one gets funded. Another is the Forest Service Pesticide Impact Analysis Program proposal, where we hope to, alongside professors at SIU and students, assess the effectiveness of the work that the invasive species strike teams have been doing down here for almost 10 years now. So really hopeful to get that funded as well, so that we can see how impactful that work has been, and if we need to make any adjustments in terms of how they're executing. Another proposal we had submitted is through the Illinois Habitat Fund, and that was put in hopes that the Illinois would pass a budget and start funding those types of projects again, but we're still waiting, so we'll see. And then we have a couple of other kind of smaller projects with the Forest Service, where we're working with partners to investigate growing season burns and how those might be impacting invasive plants, and whether or not they can be used to help control invasives. Just another key aspect, I think, of the River to River CWMA is making sure that we're reaching out to partners and delivering products that they can use and are useful to them. And some of those things are these guidebooks that are really popular here for identification and management of the invasive plants here in Southern Illinois. Those have actually led to an effort to create a statewide management guide for Illinois. And another one that is in the works is the use of prescribed fire in invasive species management. And with that, just a few images from our 10-year anniversary celebration from last year, and I will turn it over to the next speaker.
Thanks so much, Kevin. It's also worth noting that Chris's early leadership gave River to River the foundation. So Chris Evans, who's here, and gave the intro to CWAs and systems. So thanks, Chris, for your early leadership, and thanks for taking it on, Kevin. So with that, we are going to turn it over to Sherry.
Thank you. And Lisa, in Florida, we spend the winter treating invasive species.
That's what I was thinking.
Oops, sorry. So I'm here representing the Florida Invasive Species Partnership. I actually just started as the co-chair on March 1st, and so I really have to thank my predecessors, Chris Serbisoff-King and Aaron Myers. Chris works for the Nature Conservancy, Aaron Myers with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here talking about this great organization. We were formed according to, we had the governor of Florida had requested that federal and state partners get together and come up with some kind of management plan for invasive species in Florida. So they formed this invasive species working group. That was in 2001. In 2006, and that was just on public lands. So after a while, we realized we were, doing what we needed to do on public lands, but it was our neighbors across the boundary that we were having issues with because there's invasive species on both sides of the boundary. So in 2006, a private lands incentive sub-working group was developed and organized under the Invasive Species Working Group. And they started looking at providing assistance to the private landowners and promote partnerships between private and public entities. And then this eventually evolved in 2008 to the Florida Invasive Species Partnership. So we work across fence lines. We have both public and private partners. And so in 2008, we actually developed a resolution for all of our partners to sign on. And we have 20 signatories right now. As you can see, Chuck Bargeron, perhaps the most interesting man in invasive species.
And the organizer of this event, for those of you online.
Sorry, is actually one of the partners, and there's a few other partners here in the audience today. So we started with all of those partners who all committed to working across boundaries and working with public and private entities. And we kind of renewed our vows from being the sub-working group. So our mission is to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of preventing and controlling invasive non-native species through partnering. And we all know how important these partnerships are. And so we work very cooperatively together and across all boundaries. So as any good partnership organization, we came up with some goals and objectives that we were interested in making happen. And so one of them was encourage voluntary partnerships. The second was bridging the gap between private and public landowners with treating invasive species. And then, of course, trying to figure out how to develop, implement, and share information on treating these invasive species. We are all volunteers on this organization, even though our workplace may support us being on the Florida Invasive Species Partnership. We all are volunteers, because I think somebody had asked that question yesterday during this conference. So number one, encourage voluntary partnerships. One of the first things that when I first got started, I actually am one of the founders of the Central Florida Cooperative Invasive Species Management Area. Back in 2004 and then 2006, we had presenters who came and told us a little bit about prisms and CWMAs, which Chris mentioned earlier. And so in Florida, we knew that we needed to partner or foster this type of partnership across the state, because in Florida, we have a lot of invasive species, and we have invasive species of all taxa. And so we went ahead and started discussing how we could form these partnerships, and we looked to the west and at their CWMAs and basically stole from them and came up with the 5 basic characteristics of our SISMOs. So that's one of the things that the Florida Invasive Species Partnership fostered and developed. And then in order to continue fostering the cooperative invasive species management areas, we worked really hard with them to develop their partnerships and set up who they work with and all of their development. You can see here for improving effectiveness, improve management across landscapes, improve availability of resources. So we had these great partnerships that were forming across the state, and we now cover the entire state in SISMAs. And then, of course, the most interesting invasive species man in the world helped us develop a website where we could provide more information to everyone. We still needed one additional thing, and we were very fortunate because we had great partners who pooled together all their money. They emptied all their pockets and threw out change, and we were collecting quarters and dimes. And we were able to hire and fund a Florida Invasive Species Partnership database and outreach coordinator, which was housed at the University of Florida Forest Stewardship Program. So we had somebody who now could help maintain our database and help maintain the connection between the SISMAs that were popping up throughout the state. So it was a great thing for us. And one of the main things that we developed, because of course the private landowners, in the public sector, a lot of us already knew about the grant opportunities and funding opportunities that were available. But in the private sector, it was a little more difficult to find all of that information. It was difficult to go to a website, an agency website, and figure out where the grants were located and how to apply for them. So a long time ago, before me, my predecessors came up with this great Florida landowner incentive program matrix. So they came up with this great idea to put together a matrix that lists all of the funding sources and also be able to sort it and figure out what the best program is for what species or what county you're living in. And of course, the most interesting man in the world, again, helped us put this online and made it functional. Next. So I'm just gonna go through this really quick. This is what our incentive program looks like now. You can go to floridainvasives.org, look up, go and find a program. You can sort it by county or by species, and it will come up with exactly what you're looking for. And it is updated quarterly, because so often you go on to other websites and the information is not updated and you end up calling the wrong person. So we make sure that our coordinator gets online and makes sure that all the information is correct. And then we also, it was really important for us to be able to share with folks how to report information in the field. And so again, we have a reporting page on our website. And of course, we have the infamous early detection and distribution mapping system link there. And we also encourage people to download the app. I've got one. We've actually had several calls using the I've Got One map to tell us where there's an invasive snake or a snake. Sometimes they're not invasive, they're native, but I think people just want us to come and get them out of their house or away from their yard. But it's been very successful, and we use it a lot. We're also, we're on our, I think, our third year of holding what we call a Halloween event, which is in October, and we encourage all of our partners and land managers and private landowners throughout the state to go out and collect data on invasive species and enter it into EdMaps. And like I stated before, we helped form some of these SISMAs, or most of these SISMAs across the state. But we also decided that it was important for each one of them to have their own web page. So we host that web page online for each of them. And here's an example of the Southwest Florida SISMA web page, where they can put outreach, events, and workshops and let folks know what's going on. And it's a place that anybody can go to. For early detection and rapid response, we definitely wanted to be ahead of the curve on new species. So we went ahead, we were really fortunate, one of our partners, the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they were already contracting with the Florida Natural Areas Inventory and having them come out and do invasive species inspections post treatment, invasive species treatment. And we were lucky enough that they were willing to have those Florida Natural Areas Inventory biologists assist the SISMAs with developing their own early detection rapid response lists for each SISMA. So we did that. But first, we helped, in a workshop, we also developed a definition of EDRR that could be used. It made sense for the SISMAs in Florida to use maybe a little slightly different definition of EDR for each of our SISMAs. So we developed that, and then the Florida Natural Areas Inventory helped us develop the list. So it was a great partnership. So again, it's really important that we share all this information, and the best place to do that is online. So, we're able to host the success stories of all the SISMAs and partners so that you can go and look them up. And then we also host a monthly webinar, and we have participants across the state. We usually have a guest speaker, and then we have a highlight from one of our SISMAs every month. And again, you can go to floridainvasives.org and look up the monthly webinar and join us. It's usually on I think it's the fourth Wednesday of the month. We were really lucky. We have a number of other partners, and this one is a nonprofit, the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council, who obviously does a lot of work with invasive species in Florida. And we approached them because they actually have money and the Florida Invasive Species Partnership doesn't. So we approached them and asked them if they would be willing to create a grant specifically for the SISMAs to apply for every year. And they unanimously said, yes, we'd love to do that because we're always looking for a way to reach out and help people working on invasive species in Florida. So every year, the SISMAs submit a request for funding to the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council in the amount not to exceed $1,500. So we're very appreciative of our partner for doing that, and that again was a baby of Chris King. She's the one who approached FLEPC and got that done. So it's a great thing, and I know my SISMA has received the funding a couple times. And finally, we do get to hold an annual workshop, care of the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council. They hold their annual conference every year in the spring, and they've been nice enough to set aside a room for the SISMAs and the Florida Invasive Species Partnership to hold an annual meeting where we can all meet face to face and do fun things. We always come away with information that will help us, a number of deliverables. So we come up with job descriptions for all of our volunteers, and just a variety of different things that the SISMA leaders can go home with and work on. So this year we celebrated 10 years of coming to the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council and gathering our members. So this is the partners in crime that you can see. And that's the Florida Invasive Species Partnership. And of course, invasives know no boundaries, but do we? And I don't think we should. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sherry. So we've got some time for questions before we wrap up here at the top of the hour. So I want to offer the chance to folks here live in the audience to ask questions, as well as folks online. One of the things as folks are thinking, well, I'll pause for a moment and just say, are there questions that folks have? I'll make an opportunity for that at any time. But Chris, one of the things that I was thinking about, you were part of starting River to River, right?
No, so I came on right after it was started.
Okay.
So I was the first coordinator, but I wasn't there when it was being developed.
Okay. My question is, can you speak a little bit to the challenges of being the first coordinator versus, when you left 3-4 years ago, kind of what are the different, you have a reputation now, you're just getting started, and can you speak to that just a little bit?
Sure. I think, 10 years ago, I think the awareness about invasive species was much less with the public. So I think our challenges 10 years ago, one was, basically, how do we get that support from the landowners? How do we get people to recognize the need to control invasive species and the need to work on it on their land? So I think initially that was our push, and even not, I think the land management agencies understood it in general, but I think, again, bringing that up to them, that it's a priority. Now that's less of a push. I think the understanding with the public and with the agencies is that we have to deal with invasive species. I think most people know about them. It's just a challenge of getting funding and keeping going when something's run for a while.
Great. And here's a question from Rod that I want to put out to all of us here in person as well as online. Rod asked whether or not anyone has created broad-based programs specifically targeting tens of thousands of landowners over many counties. And one of the things that I'll say is that I know that I've been in conversation with folks about how do we do that? Just how do we start to create, what FISP has done and created, and what in Michigan does and New York does and many other states do, but how do we really create a broad-based, crowdsourced kind of effort across counties? So I'm going to pause and ask if anybody here knows of any efforts that they want to share about that. And then just say that I'm having conversations on a weekly basis about exactly that. You know, how do we map invasives nationally across the country, and how do we do that kind of thing? And then the other question for those on in person, perhaps, and online as well. But a couple folks said that map was the map that you shared, Chris, was a little out of date. Does anybody know? I know that we're in the process with the Midwest Invasive Plant Network of updating the Great Lakes map of CWMAs and SISMAs, and I don't know if anyone knows the source of the latest one. Donna online also said that she, come on over, that she also has got something that she wants to add.
Sherry, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's on the website for the National Association of Invasive Plant Councils.
Okay.
And Chuck maintains
Yeah,
that, but I think
right.
it's set up so that you can just put a point on the map. So the person on the chat who wanted to make sure they added their information, that's where you do it.
Great. Thank you. Great, and Donna says that she can provide shapefiles. So Nancy asks, one of the top needs that we see in Maine is for resources for landowners to actually document and control infestations. Aside from NRCS programs such as EQIP, are there other national and regional pots to help landowners with control costs? Sherry, I don't know, do you want to take that kind of with your database that you have of funding sources? The question is kind of the resources for private property owners to actually control and document their infestations. And so if, aside from NRCS and EQIP, are there other national and regional pots to help landowners with control costs?
I guess it would depend on, of course, what state, sometimes what county. Sometimes there's some county funding. And you would have to look up, especially if you're, depending on what, you can look up and contact if you have an extension agent, some type of extension in your city or state. They're going to be the most helpful to start out with. But it is on a state-by-state basis, and sometimes species by species. So I don't know, where is she?
She's in Maine.
You're in Maine. So Maine, I think they do have SISMAs up there. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So that might be a good place to start. Some of our SISMAs actually have funding, and we do help out with treatment as well. And we get that through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So that's another option. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has a partners program that funds private landowner work. But there's a number of criteria they have to meet.
Mm-hmm. And Chris, want to chime in on that as well?
Sure. I was just going to say that's one of the big benefits of a local partnership like a SISMA or CWMA is that having that local knowledge, you can set local priorities. What are the most important species, the most important locations, and then get funding that's specific, whether it's through the Pulling Together initiative or a lot of other funds that is specific to your region and that addresses your regional problems. And so I think what I've seen is that having these local partnerships greatly aid in enabling private landowners to control.
Great, and Jim asks, what percentage of SISMAs have paid staff and the corresponding percentage that are all volunteer-led? And so we just recently did a survey of 50 groups, and there were 35 paid coordinators at some level, whether it was as few as 8 hours a week and as many as full-time. And Josh said of the 40 with a coordinator, so of that 50, there were 10 that actually did not have a coordinator as well. So with that, I want to thank you all online for spending the last hour with us, and as well as you all here in person. Really appreciate Sherry, Chris, and Kevin. Thanks so much for being with us. As always, Josh, thanks so much for all of your behind-the-scenes work. Appreciate that. Thanks so much to Chuck Bargeron and the National North American Invasive Species Forum for hosting us here live in Savannah. Really appreciate that chance. We will be with you again next month, as we are on all of the second Wednesdays during the Eastern Time Zone's noon hour. From noon to 1, you will find us online with our monthly webcasts, as we've been doing for more than 10 years. So again, thanks so much. Really appreciate you being with us.
I'm going to give a brief overview of what we did on Monday's meeting, then we're going to have Linda give her presentation on biological control, and then we should be back on schedule with our agenda if you're keeping track of score here. Again, my name is Mark Rhymes, University of Wisconsin. We felt as a committee we were really interested in overviewing some of the work that we did on Monday. Because there was about 40 to 45 of us that showed up a day early to have a pre-conference workshop. And that pre-conference workshop, I gotta pull my notes here, excuse me. And the pre-conference workshop, the goals was really to talk about invasive species data sharing for effective landscape level management. And can those of you in the room who attended that meeting on Monday, can you raise your hand up high? Okay, so I'm going to give a 3-minute overview of that pre-conference workshop, but people who attended can give a much more detailed overview. So I wanted to just have that, so if you have questions on what happened and some of the finer points, please speak with one of the individuals that was there. We really were trying to kind of continue some of the efforts that we've done in the past of sharing this data across North America. So we started off the session, and you can see the agenda in the syllabus here, but we had an overview of talks. We had an introductory session that kind of laid the groundwork by Doug Johnson. Then we followed up with some case studies. And in that introduction, we also talked about and reviewed some of the efforts in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. We then followed up with some of these case studies. We had a case study from the state of Illinois and Colorado, up in Ontario, Canada, and then in Utah, that really set the stage on how people were sharing data or not sharing data within the prospective areas, and they asked some good questions. We then followed up with, so we have this data and we're sharing it. How are people using it? How are scientists using it to integrate it, to answer some questions and conduct some modeling? And we had Catherine Jarnovich from USGS give a brief discussion on that. We also finally then talked about citizen science and how they can contribute to this data sharing effort as well by Alicia Kroll too. So lots of really good talks that kind of laid the foundation, but really where the work came in was in the afternoon. We had a working group session where we had all the chairs lined up in a big circle, and I got to act like Jerry Springer and run the microphone around back and forth and talk about these issues and have a discussion on where we should go from here as a continent of North America. As a community, where do we need to be moving forward? And one of our goals in this discussion was to develop some recommendations that we could agree upon, that we could publish in some format. That we had lots of discussion on what that format was. That can be in a public format, though, that we could refer to in the future, too. So we really came up with 3 basic formats. And there's lots of meat behind these discussions, so it's a real generalization. But I'm going to try and read these recommendations because we had an excellent note taker. And I probably will screw it up if I don't read them exactly. So recommendation number 1, which was the most lengthy, was that we as a community support using common standards for sharing spatial occurrence data for invasive species and non-native species. And in parentheses it says, these are common minimum standards that do not dictate how your organization collects data. But we felt it important to put that in that. And then we also said this should be based on existing standards such as GISN and NASMA, which are compatible, and this will require some level of controlled vocabulary. So that's just a rough draft of what that first recommendation was. And kind of a sub-recommendation from there is we stated that GISN and NASM standards should be revisited regularly and compatibility needs to be maintained. So that was really one recommendation with the subheading from there as well. The second recommendation that we came up with is we thought that it was important to establish an open source, free clearinghouse for this data, where a repository, if you will, where it can be housed and accessible to all. I think there was a lot of discussion on who the ownership of this repository would be, and kind of the conclusions that we made was the ownership needs to be with an organization that is committed to invasive species data sharing. And that was really where we left that. And there was a lot of discussion on who would do that, and there's a lot of interest from multiple groups. And then the third, I think that was actually the third main point too, that it was the 1 and 1A and then second. So again, lots of details of what we discussed about. There's a lot of technical information that we discussed in the meeting. I'd urge you to talk to some of the people that were there to learn some of the finer details. I think we made some really good progress. I know that I'm very excited about the next steps in moving forward. And currently we're going to be looking for a meeting or event where we can continue this process forward too. So that's just a brief kind of summary or overview of what that first day meeting consisted of and what are some of the general results that we came up with. Any questions or comments? Yeah, Bonnie.
I missed the first day meeting, but this is a topic that I'm very, very interested in. And the idea of an open free clearinghouse is just long overdue. So I missed the conversation about who would be in charge of it. And my first response, just for your consideration, is that it would be a federal agency, simply because that way all taxpayers would be paying for it and you wouldn't have to scramble to find special money for it.
So that was something we discussed, and there was a strong group that felt very strongly that the government should not be there, and there was a strong group that felt that the government should potentially be involved in it too. So that was something we discussed, and there was not consensus on what that should be. But that's a good point. Sure. And I urge you to talk to others, because I mean, there's a lot of layers in there too.
And we were talking North American too, not just U.S.
That's where, yeah, it was across the continent. North America is where our focus was. Yep, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Are we ready to move on? Okay, great. I'm going to.
And it was also recorded and will be broken up into segments and available on the conference website.
Yeah, why don't you put that on? I just gotta find which Chuck said, oh, it's all open down here. Is this it? No, that's not it. Chuck, you're killing me here. Do you remember your title? Is it this one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Boy, I guess you can hear me. It works, huh?
Great. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce Linda Nelson, who's going to talk to us about biological control of invasive plants on conservation lands and waterways in North America with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you, Mark. That's a big title. So I hope I can keep you awake after lunch. Can you hear me okay? All right. I want to recognize my colleague, Alco Francesco. He sends his regards. He had planned to attend this meeting. He really wanted to and give this presentation. This is his presentation, but he had a last-minute schedule conflict, so I'm happy to be here today to talk about biological control in North America and present this paper for him. You're probably wondering, what does the Army Corps of Engineers have to do with biological control of plants? And maybe many of you aren't aware, but the Corps was actually the first federal agency that was charged by Congress to address an invasive species, and that was water hyacinth. It was a big problem at that time, and in 1899, the River and Harbors Act provided authorization to the Corps of Engineers to remove hyacinths from navigation channels in the states of Florida and Louisiana. And so that's how we got started in aquatic plant management and have been working with plant management ever since. So we'll just start out with a basic definition of what is biocontrol or biological control, and it's defined as the introduction by man of parasitoids, predators, or pathogens for the purpose of suppressing populations of plants or animal pests. The goal is not to eradicate, the key word there, suppress. The goal is not to eradicate the pest species, but to just suppress it and regulate it to lower densities. This graph perhaps illustrates the definition a little bit differently. The graph it would be on your right, I guess, or on your left, shows that when an invasive plant comes into a system where it's not, oops, excuse me, I got the wrong one, where it's not native, what happens is you get this rapid exponential growth phase right away, and then it sort of levels off at a high, at a problem level. You get some oscillations in growth in response to environmental factors or seasonal effects, but basically, you get this rapid growth when there's no natural enemies there to keep the plant in check. Versus when that invasive plant is in the same system, but you introduce a biological control. And you're going to still see some of these seasonal variations or responses to environmental factors. But what you hope that once you introduce a biological organism, a control organism, is that you see a decline in the invasive plant population down to a non-nuisance level. So that's what the overall goal is for introducing a biocontrol agent. And there are many important considerations when looking for biocontrol agents, and I know that Peter touched a little bit about this today. The perfect agent should be host-specific. It should target invasive plants only. When released in small numbers, their population should expand and they should reproduce and expand geographically. And again, they should provide suppression of the target weed and bring the pest populations down to non-nuisance levels. And this is true for all classical biological control. Finding biocontrol agents is a long process and involves many steps, and I know Peter touched about this in his talk this morning too. And it wouldn't be a presentation by Alco Francesco if he didn't have his biological control pipeline slide in it, right? Because he loves this slide. But it really does simply go through the steps that are involved. You begin with your You begin with your overseas research or exploration in the country of origin for where the target weed is native. And here we learn about the biology and the taxonomy and how to rear this insect in laboratory colonies and begin some of the host range evaluations. Next is to bring the agents into quarantine facilities for more detailed host range testing. The agents then move, that are approved through regulatory processes. This is very simplified now, it's not all the details, but then they are field released, and you hope that establishment does occur, followed by field monitoring, the evaluation step. This is very important, and to make sure that it is doing what we thought it was going to do, and that the populations are actually, they're reproducing in the field. Followed by, then finally, tech transfer to the end users. And all important along the way is that we conduct very basic foundational research to support each step. And I know Peter hit on the importance of research as well in his talk this morning. 70 to 80% of biocontrol agents are new to science. So foundational research is really important to understand their biology, their ecology, and how they're going to work and how they're going to react to the plant species. And this whole process is a very long process. It can take anywhere from 8 to 20 years. From the time that you start your overseas exploration to actually getting an insect out for and approved for release. The first agent that was released in the United States occurred in 1945, so a long time ago. And that agent was a Klamath weed beetle, the Chrysalina beetle on Klamath weed, or also known as St. John's wort. This was an invasive weed that caused a lot of problems, a lot of serious problems in range and grasslands in western states. There were also some early accidental introductions that were not intentional that occurred before this, but really the chrysalina beetle on Klamath weed was the first intentional release. So this just shows you that biological control has been going on in the U.S. for over 70 years. And this is a picture of that agent, the chrysalina beetle. And it actually was a pretty fair agent for Klamath weed. But there was another species in the pipeline that was released the following year in 1946. And this Klamath weed beetle proved to be the most damaging of the chrysalina beetles on this plant species. And this two before and after picture shows the level of destruction to Klamath weed in Northern California. And it's a very old picture, but this is a dense stand of Klamath weed that is blooming right here. So then the same area you can see a couple seasons later. But significant reduction in the population basically occurred within 2 growing seasons. So it was a very successful agent. In 1964, the first biocontrol agent was released on an invasive aquatic plant. And that target plant was alligator weed, Alternanthera phylloxeroides, if I can get that out. And the agent was the alligator weed flea beetle. And again, this was a very successful agent. There was also another moth species that was released a few years later in 1967, Arcola malai, on the same target plant, alligator weed, and it also was pretty effective. And for those of you who aren't familiar with alligator weed and the problems that it causes, it's a herbaceous perennial from South America that was thought to have been introduced into the U.S. via ship ballast water. And it's a problem species in mostly the southeastern U.S., but it also occurs in California and Texas, and has been expanding actually northward recently. It forms dense stands along shorelines of waterways that you can see here. And it can also form very dense mats of vegetation that extend out into the water body. The flea beetle turned out to be another excellent biocontrol agent early on, and both the larval and the adult feed on the leaves and basically cause defoliation of the plant. They also feed on the stems, and the larvae actually burrow into the stems, and that's where they pupate and complete their life cycle. So the stem borer moth, which was the other agent that was released a few years later on alligator weed, also caused significant damage to the plant species. The moth the moth is you really can't hardly see it, but it's right there, lays its eggs in the stem apex of alligator weed, and then the hatching larvae feed down the stem and cause this very characteristic stem wilting effect. So if you kind of see this, you probably know you have the alligator weed stem borer on your plants. The adult moth actually does not feed on the plant, but just lays its eggs there, and it lays its eggs exclusively on this target plant. And here you see some of the impacts of the agents on alligator weed in Florida and Alabama. And in one growing season, you can see a dramatic population decline. So very successful. So I've just showed 2 examples early on of successes with biocontrol. The Klamath weed and alligator weed beetle, they represented these really early successes. And both were very fast-acting agents, as you saw in the previous slides. But with water hyacinth, we observed something a little different. And I've heard a lot of people talk about water hyacinth at this meeting, so you're all familiar with this floating weed that causes a lot of problems. It's a big issue for the Corps of Engineers and navigation channels, and is actually how we got started in aquatic plant management years ago. But there were 2 weevil species that were approved for release in 1976, and that they are right here, Neocotina eichhornii and Neocotina brucei. And they were released, as I said, in 1976 on this plant. This graph sort of depicts 40 years of data on water hyacinth populations in the state of Louisiana. And in the early 70s, you can see that the populations, excuse me, right here, the populations of water hyacinth were at an all-time high in Louisiana. 1.5 million acres of water hyacinth, so it was a really big problem there. The two Neocotina weevils were released in 1976, and unlike previous examples, you see that it takes about 10 years before hyacinth populations actually decrease to a kind of a steady level and where we see it today. So while the agents did suppress and reduce water hyacinth, the effect was not as dramatic as what we saw on Klamath weed and alligator weed. But still, in many states, the impact over time was quite dramatic, and you can see how widespread the problem was in the St. Johns River in the late 60s, and then the same shot of the St. Johns River. You know, the weevils were released in 1976, and you know what it looks like in 2003, and similar effects in the Trinity River in Texas. Salt cedar is another problem species that was introduced in the U.S. in the 1800s, and believe it or not, for stream bank stabilization. Big mistake, right? Because this is a deciduous shrub, kind of a tree species that is one of the most destructive invasive plants of western riparian areas. But there is a good biological control agent for salt cedar, and that's the salt cedar leaf beetle, or Dirabda elongata. It was released in 2003 in several states, including California, New Mexico, and Texas, and both the adult and the larva feed on the plant. And they have a huge impact, as you see here. The insects cause heavy defoliation over time, and eventually the stems of the trees and shrubs die back. And here's another slide just to show you the impact of salt cedar in Mesa County, Colorado, pre and post beetle release. So really substantial effects. So then just to kind of tie it all together, all of these examples, you know, were to show you how biocontrol can work. So, you know, you initially have an invasive weed coming into your system. It rapidly populates a system. You add the natural enemy, your biocontrol agent, and the hope is that you get a long-term ecological solution to that problem. You'll still have a few plants here and there, but at non-nuisance levels. Again, the objective is always weed suppression, but never to eradicate the population. However, as with all technologies, biocontrol is not without its issues. And in 2009, there was an organization called the Center for Biological Diversity, and they filed a lawsuit against the USDA, APHIS, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to stop release of the salt cedar Dirabda beetle, citing negative impacts to an endangered songbird, the southwestern willow flycatcher. And as a result of that lawsuit, APHIS removed all the permits for further release of that agent. So essentially, what happened is we're now protecting an endangered songbird as well as an invasive species, which is displacing the actual habitat that this endangered songbird, you know, relies on. So, interesting question is, you know, are we really protecting the southwestern willow flycatcher with this action? There are studies that show that greater than 90% of this bird's nests occur in the native willow trees or some mixed stands of willow and salt cedar, but they largely are absent from salt cedar monocultures, and they don't feed in salt cedar monocultures. And we are seeing over time now an increased dominance of salt cedar in riparian habitats over time. So the question remains, are we really protecting an endangered species here, or are we just enhancing an invasive species problem? After this lawsuit, there was a dramatic decline in the number of petitions that were approved or that were sent through for approval to release other biocontrol agents. As I said, the lawsuit occurred in 2009, and you'll see in 2010, absolutely no permits were filed to look at new agents. So another interesting story is that on leafy spurge, and one of the approved biocontrol agents, a flea beetle that you see here. This agent, while it was very effective on leafy spurge, also fed on a rare plant species, a Euphorbia robusta. And feeding was very minimal on this non-target plant, and the insects didn't reproduce on it at all. But it was very effective on leafy spurge. So in this case, even though there was feeding on a rare plant, the impact to leafy spurge was much more significant. And just to show you some data here, the blue dots, the blue small dots actually represent pre-release populations of the rare plant species in a leafy spurge-dominated area. And then follow the small dots. They change color with each year, but the small dots in each one of these little graphics show that over time you can see an expansion of that rare species with a decrease in the leafy spurge target plant. So in this case, the release of the leafy spurge agent was sort of worth the risk, don't you think? You were removing the invasive species, but while you did that, you improved survival of a rare plant species. So finally, some concluding remarks or parting thoughts, I guess. And it's Al's belief, and I probably agree with him. I'm not an entomologist, but as he describes it to me, he says, Linda, you know, many of the easy biocontrol agents have been found, and we need to take some risks with new agents. And so think about that in terms of the alligator, well, you know, the easy ones are the alligator weed flea beetle and calamus beetles, how successful they were early on. But perhaps we need to take some risks with some new agents, such as the example with leafy spurge. You know, doing nothing is a management option. It is a decision that we have, but it does have consequences by allowing the invasive plant to persist. We also face some new challenges with control methodologies, and the same as with biocontrol. And one of those challenges is hybridization between native and non-native plants. And a good example of this is Eurasian water milfoil, the submerged aquatic weed, Myriophyllum spicatum, which is the invasive species, is now hybridizing with a native Myriophyllum species, and this has been documented in many northern states. So how easy is it going to be to find agents that are specific to these new hybrid species? I think it's going to be difficult. And we need to utilize molecular methods and improve our use of genetics to consistently match the target weeds found here in the U.S. With corresponding genotypes from the native range, and then concentrate our overseas searches for agents at these locations. I think this will help us in the long run make better decisions and fewer erroneous introductions. And we also need to think about the types of agents that will be most damaging to the plant. By understanding better the weed biology and phenology, and I know, Peter, you hit on that again this morning, and that's very true. We also need to be cognizant of possible secondary ecological impacts as a result of agent release. Bottom line, that we've made a lot of progress in 70 years. There are currently over 100 weed biological agents that are introduced now into North America. Also worth noting is that APHIS has proposed permit exemption for 66 biocontrol agents, I think one of them being alligator weed flea beetle. So it'll be interesting to watch for this final ruling in the near future. Oops, I forgot to. It's not
Did the battery
flipping.
die?
Yeah, I think it did. You're probably wondering, what am I saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There you go. And I'm on point number 3 there. So if this new ruling does take place, they will not require movement permits for some of these older agents that have been released many years ago, such as alligator flea beetle. So it'll be interesting to watch out and watch the news and see how that ruling comes about. And then there are also many new biological control agents that are in the proverbial pipeline, so we just need to keep working on them to get those approved and released. And with that, Al's final words of wisdom here is that, there's always going to be invasive weed problems. We know that, and there's going to be a need for new methods to control them. And biological control certainly is one of the tools that we have and to solve this problem. And so that's what I have from Al. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Linda. We got time for maybe one or two questions.
So my question is about that 2009 lawsuit. So what was it grounding that made the court decide in favor to stop the release of the beetle? Because it doesn't really sound like much scientific research on that. I mean, why was that the outcome?
Yeah, good question, and I hope, Peter, if you can maybe help me with this, because to tell you the truth, I'm not a biological control expert, I'm not an entomologist, but the question was, what was the reasoning for the decision to stop the release of diraptor beetles?
By APHIS.
Probably the endangered, by APHIS and the Endangered Species Act and
Risk aversion. They were being sued. Even though there was already evidence presented to them about the risk or anything like that? They just the fact that they were being sued, just scared of them.
Right. Thank you, Peter, for helping out on that. But I think, too, that it did frighten a lot of, as you saw the following year, no petitions were released, so the community, biocontrol community, probably took a hard look at risk aversion and the whole idea of releasing insects, and do we have enough data?
You may have one more question. Faith, go ahead.
I talked a lot with Avis about their weed biocontrol program about a year ago, and one of my blogs from last summer summarizes where they are now. They've through a long and tedious process, but they're once again approving petitions. So the logjam might have been broken.
Yes, and Al Francesco actually is the committee chair for the tag, and he says there are petitions, in line and that they're working on, and so but they need more. We need more agents out there for sure.
Great. Linda, are you going to be here for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'll be here, and tomorrow too.
And tomorrow too. So thank you. Thanks again, Linda.
Sure.
Go ahead, I'll introduce you where you want to get this. Great, we're back on, close to on schedule here, so that's always good. So next on our list, we're going to have a presentation from Jorge Macias, who's going to talk about non-native forest insects and diseases in Mexico. Get set up, Jorge, take it away.
Anybody? Oh yeah, I can. Everybody can hear me.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. The very first thing I have to clarify two things. First, I will be talking about forestry in Mexico. The second, I will be representing this group here, which is called the Thematic Network of Forest Health, which is really a joint effort between what is the Council of Research in Mexico, which is represented by this logo, CONACYT, and the secretary that is involved, or the ministry that is involved in forestry in Mexico, which is CONAFOR. So this is the group, the Thematic Network of Forest Health. So I will be presenting most of the information comes from government agency, and I will be just at the end, I will be just stating what is the goal of this group and how it was formed. So from that I will start. Mexico has a lot of trade agreements, different types, with different limitations, with different countries. Some of them are just unilateral, some are bilateral, but we have all these numbers of agreements, and of course, these will bring things into the country, will take things out of the country in different ways. So, but we follow, in all those agreements, we follow the International Convention of Phytosanitary Protection. Once again, most of the information comes from, all of the information comes from government agencies, but all the conceptual work and all, let's see, the plans and the strategies are really developed from CONAMI. And you are already familiar with this agency. So I will say that from these, in the forestry sector, in terms of the forest health, but we are important, for us, the important parts are here. They are a threat to native biodiversity and to function and production of the national ecosystem. That is very important in forest management. And the other thing is aiming to have an efficient system for prevention, alert, and early warnings, and a legal framework to prevent, mitigate, and eradicate the invader species. So all this is stemmed from the strategy developed by CONAMI. Taking this into account, the forestry sector very recently started trying to build out and develop all these two major goals. So there are, within the government, there are different agencies, small commissions, that are dealing with different parts of the problem. So what we can see is the environment, if you see it from the environmental point of view or from the agriculture point of view, there are sectors that need to be detecting and having quarantine measures for invaders. And I will be talking mostly, as I said, insects, forest insects. And these agencies, they finally got together up to a point and start discussing all these invaders issues. And what stemmed from them are this. There should be protocols that should be standardized to monitor all the common pests that are dealt not only in agriculture, but also in forestry and in natural resources. These systems, they should be developed in a way that they are monitoring system, but they should be also known by every agency and try to homologize these different systems. And the other thing is phytosanitary contingency are very well known in the agricultural sector, but not in the forestry sector. So all this stems from agricultural practice to forestry practices, and then try to leave this in the middle in the forest management. So one way to do it is we was created this network that I just talked about, network of forest health, and this was an effort between the forest sector and the academia. Another part, which is the most active, it's been working for many, many years in Mexico, is just the inspection of material that comes. And somebody in the previous talk talked about all the inspection that is done in all the crates, all the packing material. So we do have that in Mexico. It's this part of that Secretary Semarnat. The agency is called Profepa. And there's treatments, and there's all kinds of regulations that it's following international rules. But also, nobody has mentioned this, there's an organism, an international organism that deals specifically with this issue, which is agriculture health, and that is in Central America. So we not only answer to North America, but also we answer to Central America with the same, more or less the same standards. With this kind of regulations, we have inspection in all the entrance and all the ports and all the borders, and we got information, this kind of information. We have detections. Some of them, they are like these 3 species. They are very important from the quarantine point of view. So we have somehow we have all the agencies, we have more or less the same methodology to intercept pests, at least at border and in ports. But more recently, as you can see, we are talking about from 2015 to 2017, there was our more important pests for agriculture coming out. And this is what started everything. Because when we're talking about Asian ambrosia beetles, we're talking about mostly 2 species. But for Mexico, the most important part is that we're going to attack avocado. And you know how important avocado is for Mexico. It's a major crop, a lot of money is invested in that. So agriculture that has the experience and all the framework to work with quarantines and inspecting, start developing a system to try to detect and do something against these insects. One of the species is coming through this part of Mexico from California, and the other one should be arriving, I hope not very soon, from Florida. So what they did, they get together the agricultural sector and the forestry sector and start doing detection of these insects. It was a major work in Mexico, this hasn't done before. So they established a serial monitoring system. And as you can see here, this is the data, nothing to do with what you showed. From the states, 8,000 data, and only 80 of it, they were counted positive. And here are some of the, let's call it the strategies that we are trying to develop. We are trying to develop sentinel blocks, road watch, trap lines, which is the one we are showing here, biological monitoring stations, sentinel plants, but also tree group trapping. So these are just the goals. The ones that is only being established are these traps, and only in these sites, and not all the traps are active. But at least we start getting some information, and that's, we are in 13 states, and we already know there is one that I'm going to talk about that was trapped here, and there were developed several measures to stop the going into the country, but that we don't know much about that until now. Okay, this is very important. Some people know about this. The T-shot borer. It comes from Asia. It is a very interesting insect because not by the insect itself, but because an ambrosia beetles. I don't know how many of you know about the ambrosia beetles. The ambrosia beetles, they feed on fungi. They don't feed on the plant. So they are the first agriculturists in the world. So this insect introduced the fungi. The fungi develops inside of the host, and the insect feeds on the fungi. So everything seems fine until when here in California, there are different types, different races, let's call it that way, of this ambrosia beetle. But they found out here, and also in the other one that is in Florida, they found out that these native species of ambrosia beetles are capable to collect the fungi and transmit the fungi. And because this fungi is exotic, it's able to kill native species and introduce a species of trees. So this lateral transmission into the native species of ambrosia beetles really amplifies the effect of the ambrosia beetles. So that's why it was so important for Mexico, important not for only the avocado, but for example, for these guys, this is the species, Euwellassia fumicatus. You see this list, 31 species of plants. These lists are coming from California, and the same species are here in Mexico, especially the natives and the ones that are not in urban areas. So the spread will be very, very fast if we don't stop it further. Now the other thing that I want you to show here is this is the border. You can clearly see it's a border. But you see the difference in the environment. On this side you have like agriculture, maybe just natural vegetation. But on the other side you have the city. And you have urban trees. And a different stage of stress. So this will be more easy for any insect to get established. And that's what is happening. So what we have seen is near urban areas, they were attacking trees that were planted as urban trees. This is not natural vegetation. And they are even attacking some introduced casuarina. How do you call it? What's the common name of casuarina? I just keep forgetting. Sandpine. Australian, okay, but it's not a pine, but okay. That's the problem with me with the common name. But this is an introduced species, and it's been killing those trees. But they hasn't been intercepted or found in another species. But as I said, the number of species that's being reported in California is 32. But if we talk about in terms of families of plants, we are over 30 different families of plants. So the possibility of express is very large. And unfortunately, we don't know much about the taxonomy, once again, the taxonomy about the ambrosia beetles in Mexico. So that brings another problem. So the effort that we have done in Mexico is just to try to stop the insect in that area where it was intercepted. We don't know much because our trapping system is just recently set. And these are the very first information that we have. There are other insects that are exotic and they're being established in Mexico, and also they are able to cross the boundaries between forestry and agriculture. But in this case, most of the insects that are being detected are in plantations, in tree plantations. And in this case, we have this guy, it's a mealybug, and it's attacks on, you see this map, all the different colors describe the distribution, but in different crops. In terms of trees, in tree plantations only in these states, in the state of Jalisco and the state of Colima, they are getting this insect. So you can see it's even in mango. So in terms of trees in the plantation, what we're doing very various things, and we can do that as in agriculture because tree plantation, they have very high investment. There are a lot of people interested in the plantation, so they want to stop the insect from happening, which is not the case when it's in the forest. So the very few things they have done is, of course, we're monitoring the insect. We are using different management plantation practices to stop it, mechanical treatment, soaps. We even import some biological agents, and it's working. So it seems that the insect in those two states are contained, but are not the only states that we have, as you will see in the next slides. We have a mite that is really devastating coconut plantations. But once again, it's not only the problem in coconut plantation. There are many palms that are susceptible to the mite, and there is being detected in those palms. A lot of native plant. So here is the distribution of the insect, I mean the mite. Somebody will kill me. Of the mite, you see it's all over Mexico. Coconut plantations are mostly on the red area, so there are different efforts to stop it, just mainly in agriculture. But in terms of plants, like the palms as a vegetation, they have been doing some spraying, as you see at car sites. In more or less, that's more than 1,000 hectares in between 2013 and 2016. So once again, finally, Mexico is having joint efforts between the agriculture and forestry sector. But everything is treated mostly from the agriculture point of view. There's a big gap of information about biology and ecology of many of the insects that we are dealing with, especially the ones that are native. We don't know how it will be impacted by the introduction of these new insects. This is another example. We have this rust that is introduced from Asia. And it's very well established. You can see here in the states of Tabasco, Campeche, once again, Nayarit and Jalisco. But the growers, they don't care about the rust. They say they will not kill the rust, and the rust is there. We don't know if that rust is also established in native natural vegetation. We have no idea. But the production, the guys that are producing the tick, they don't care about the rust. This is a more recently one. It's a tick defoliator, also from Asia. We have more or less 20,000 hectares of ticks. But what is important is we know that in Brazil, the same species, it changed from tick to mangroves. And mangroves are very unique species. And we have suspicions that probably is already mangrove in Mexico, but that hasn't been monitored because it's a natural vegetation. There's not much of a support in terms of money or authorities or inspectors to go to forestry. So, but they are doing in the plantations, they are doing different things, mostly applying chemicals and BT-based insecticide. And it works, but it's just a plantation. There's 20,000 hectares in Mexico. We have others, like I can make a very long list of insects that have been intercepted and identified. Fortunately, we have good taxonomies for this. Very few, but good. And these are the most recently one. They are within the country, inside of the country already. And all of them are important because they go for trees that are on plantations. But we're lacking of information on the other ones. We don't know if these guys, they hit on another, like in this case, the family Myrtaceae, that we have many Myrtaceae in Mexico, not only the eucalyptus. We don't have that kind of information. So this is more or less a slide that showed you the kind of commitment that the forestry sector has in all these exotic insects and up to point diseases. Is for the Asian Ambrosia beetle, there was an expenditure of more than 2 million pesos. And this is mostly prevention, just to detect and try to stop the insect right there. We are talking about the T-shot borer. And in terms of the other species of pests and diseases, this is more or less the highest, more than 70 million pesos. This is unique. This hasn't happened before. And of course, for us, it's just going forward, but there's still much to be done. The actions that we as a country, with different agencies, we are aiming is just to strengthen all the phytosanitary inspections, but also to open them to urban and natural environments, because it's been only completely focused on agriculture. Continue phytosanitary treatment with trade partners, like the one we have, the international standards. Continue generating and standardizing preventive and operational procedures across government agencies. This is very important, because I was talking to somebody earlier. In agriculture, there's a lot of experience and different procedures, and there are specialists in the area that we in forestry we will have to follow. But there has to be an homogenization the way we do it. And once slowly develop something more specific for forestry. But once again, for me, the most important working with forestry, I have more than 38 years, is that there's not the same amount of commitment, agency, and people working in forestry compared to one cornfield. There's no comparison. So from that point of view, some of these operational things, they have to be changed. And the last one is exactly where I start. One of the reasons why we have this problem is there's a lack of information. There's a lack of research in terms of biology and ecology of many of the insects and diseases, or let's call it insects and microorganisms in the forest ecosystem that we cannot just call them pests. They are just part of the ecosystem. And when the exotics arrive, we have to really understand what is the role of the exotic within an ecosystem. For that reason, then the National Council of Research, CONACYT, and the forestry government, the authority in the country, say, well, what we can do, let's find money for the academy to do the research that we need to provide not only knowledge about this insect, but also the different techniques and operation strategies to stop the exotics. And that's how this network, thing network on forest health was born. And that's why I'm here representing, is supporting and developing strategic lines of research.
Great. We've got some time for some questions. Questions for Jorge? You want to come down and do a sabbatical and help him out on his problem? Okay, thank you, Jorge. Appreciate it. The microphone.
Selena.
Okay, next up, we're going to talk about harmonization of plant health activities across North America. And Stephanie is not going to be presenting. Alonzo Suaza, is that right? Alonzo will be presenting this too. Great, let's welcome Alonzo. So we'll do it. I'll put that in your pocket and just... You want to clip that on? It's pretty sensitive, so that should be good.
Good day, everybody. Can you hear me on the back very well? Great. So if you don't understand what I say, please let me know, because I know I have a strong accent. I want to thank Chuck, and I want to thank the organizing committee for inviting us here, but also a special thank to Faith Campbell, because of her thinking about us to come here and give you a perspective of what we do in NAPO. My name is Alonso Suazo, and I am the Technical Director for the North American Plant Protection Organization. And like Mike said, I'm here on behalf of Stephanie Bloom to talk to you about the harmonization of plant health activities in North America, and basically to talk about what we do in NAPO. Stephanie unfortunately couldn't come today, and so I'm giving this talk on behalf of her. So I can see in the audience a lot of you are very familiar with NAPO. Some of you that have somehow been exposed to the NAPO projects. But for those of you that don't really know what NAPO is and what we do basically, I hope that this presentation will give you an idea and a basic guideline of what our organization does. I want to explain to you what the mission and objective of NAPO are, what the structure and function of the organization is. I also want to give you an idea of how we work to accomplish some of these objectives or the objectives and our main mission, what kind of product we deliver, and how these products can be of interest to you. And I want to show also how NAPO collaborates with other international plant protection organizations. And finally, last but not least, how can you participate or contribute with NAPO. So the way I see NAPO is very simple. We are not a regulatory agency. Some of you might think that we are a regulatory agency. We don't do that. We are not an agency that is involved directly with inspections, like, as Customs and Border Protection people. We don't do that. We don't set traps in the field to monitor for invasive species. We don't do any of that. We don't mitigate, we don't eradicate populations of invasive species. It's not our jurisdiction. The way I see NAPO is in very simple terms. We are an organization that basically gravitates in this universe of national and regional plant protection organizations, regulatory agencies, NGOs, industry members, and the public. And what we do as an organization is provide a forum for the public and the private sector in the NAPO countries, Canada, United States, and Mexico, to address or collaborate in regional issues related to plant health, plant protection, with the intention to also facilitate trade while we do this, which is very, very important. Like I said before, we are one of the 9 regional plant protection organizations in the world. NAPO is the North American, NAPO is the North American Plant Protection Organization, the regional organization that deals with issues in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. I must say here that our definition, our geographical definition, is different from the one that is used by FAO. FAO uses North America only for Canada and the United States. But for us, NAPO is Canada, United States, and Mexico. Very important. In addition to these 9 regional organizations, plant protection organizations, we interact a lot with the Caribbean group, which is extremely important for the NAPO region, because recently there has been a lot of movement of commodities from the Caribbean to the NAPO region, Mexico, to the United States, particularly, and also Canada. And some of these pests are introduced in that pathway. So the Caribbean is a very important component. Unfortunately, the Caribbean doesn't have an official regional plant protection organization. They are working on that. We hope that soon there will be a regional plant protection organization well established in the Caribbean. And the other one is AICA. This is not an RPPO, Regional Plant Protection Organization. AICA is like an institution, the Inter-American Agricultural Cooperation Institution, and that provides a lot of support in terms of workshops and logistics and things that we need for the Latin American region. So the main objectives of NAPO are listed outlined in this slide. First, we encourage and facilitate the cooperation to prevent the entry, establishment, and spread of regulated pests into the NAPO region. That has a lot to do with invasive species, as you can see. The second objective is to facilitate and promote the safe international trade in plants, plant products, and other regulated articles between our countries and with trading partners outside the region. That's also very important because it involves the trading component. And finally, we are also involved in maintaining the involvement in similar hemispheric and global cooperative efforts. So how is NAPO structured and how it functions? This is just a very brief, summarized diagram of how we are structured, basically. I'm going to start here. This is what we call the NAPO Secretariat. It's a very small group of people, just 4 of us, and we work to primarily coordinate most of the projects and the things that we need to do in NAPO, like workshops, conferences, etc. The NAPO Secretariat has 1 translator, interpreter, an executive assistant, myself, the clinical director, and Stephanie Bloom. Dr. Bloom is the person that really takes care of all this. NAPO also has a very important group. This is what we call the Advisory and Management Committee. It's made of representatives from the NAPO country region, 2 people from Canada, 2 people from the United States, 1 from Mexico, and of course 2 members from the Secretariat. In this case, the Executive Director and the Technical Director. The Advisory and Management Committee is a very important group in NAPO because they are the liaison between the things that we do at the Secretariat and the things that are done at the higher level with the Executive Committee. I will talk about the AMC a little bit more in detail later. The Executive Committee here is represented by members of the 3 countries again. We have Mr. Osama Elisi, Deputy Administrator for PPQ, representing the US. Marie-Claude Foes, she is a representative from Canada, and she is working with Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And from Mexico, we have Dr. Javier Trujillo, working in Senacica. These people are responsible to make our projects official. They are responsible to provide information about the budget, to make things official, basically. Very important. And one final component of the NAPO system is the industry. The industry is a very important component because they provide a lot of feedbacks that are necessary to deal with these issues regarding trading. So these are the 3 members of the Executive Committee, like I said, Mr. Osama Elisi, Marie-Claude Foes, and Dr. Javier Trujillo from Mexico. This is the secretariat, that's myself, Sofia Baez, a very important person, and Nedelka Marin Martinez, she's the translator, interpreter. We need a translator, interpreter, because we have to translate pretty much everything that we do, mainly because we have Spanish-speaking colleagues and we have English-speaking colleagues. It would be nice if we can have French-speaking colleagues too, because it's necessary for Canada. But unfortunately, there are budget limitations for that. So this is the secretariat, the three of us, the four. And here's the advisory management group. They have a very important role. Like I said, it's a liaison between what the NAPO Secretariat and the Executive Committee do. The advisory management group formulates strategic recommendations for the Executive Committee. They participate in project prioritization. They review documents. They oversee work on regional standards. They support the Executive Committee, the Executive Director and Technical Director in many of the projects that we are working on and issues related to these projects. They also act as a point of contact for NAPO issues in their country. And they assist in the organization of the annual meeting, which is another very important component. So how do we accomplish our mission? One of the key words for NAPO is this, harmonization. We work with 3 different countries. We want to harmonize all these different standards and procedures and protocols and whatever we produce. So harmonization is a very important component of what we do. We provide a harmonized approach to plant health, and we do this through communication with our stakeholders. We want to encourage and promote transparency. We want to foster trust, translate and interpret, and of course cooperate with key stakeholders. So this is what we produce. This is the end product of what our organization do. These are the deliverables. Regional standards, that's one of them. NAPO has about 40, I guess it's 41 now, different regional standards. These are important documents that deal with many different issues related to agriculture, related to trade, etc. We also have phytosanitary alert systems with all the 3 members, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. This is a very important system that is used to keep all 3 countries informed about new introduction of, say for example, invasive species of concern to agriculture, plant resources, but also to keep track of how these new species are expanding or spreading in the NAPO area. We also have science and technology documents. These are really important for guidelines, and most of the time they're used to reinforce some of the standards that we produce. Discussion and position documents are somehow related to each other. We also produce protocols, training workshops, and symposia, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. So these are some examples of some of these products that I was talking about, and for some of these regional standard for phytosanitary measures, these are a couple of examples here. Guidelines for the petition for import and release of non-Apis pollinating insects into the NAPO countries, RSPM 29. We also have this one, integrated measure for the trade of Christmas trees. So just to give you an idea of the kind of standards, regional standards that we work with. The phytosanitary alert system is a very interesting system. NAPO members, people that are really interested in joining this system can send us an email and we can put you in the database. What this does is basically keep the NAPO members informed about different issues regarding the introduction of new pests or the spread of this pest in the NAPO area. Examples of that, for example, the spread of longhorn beetle, Asian longhorn beetle, or emerging pest alert, for example, in this case, the ash dieback in Europe. And it's also important because if we get a notification from a new pest that is of concern to the NAPO region, being reported in, say, Guatemala, a country that is close to Mexico, Mexico's in the NAPO area, then we send a notification to all our NAPO members. Mexico can raise a flag, and then they can take actions about that. So it's a very important informative tool for our NAPO members. We also have the science and technology documents. This is an example. Application of biological control of emerald ash borer in North America. It was produced in 2013 as an initiative to help in the spread, to stop the spread of emerald ash borer in the U.S. We have the discussions and position documents, and these are pretty much related to each other. You can see an example of those, role of NAPO in addressing invasive alien species. This was produced in 2011. And I'm just showing this because I want to show you that we also have somehow an impact on the invasive species issues. Training workshops. We have done several training workshops, and most recently, we're working on symposia also. This training workshop can be variable. We can have training workshops on risk analysis, for example, or a training workshop on wood packaging material to implement the ISPN 15, which is the international standard that deals with wood packaging material. And so the list goes on and on. It depends on the needs that we have and what the stakeholders really want to learn about. So we can coordinate these symposiums on these workshops to address these issues. A good example of that is for you to see the impact of some of this work is ISPN 15, the international standard that deals with wood packaging material. This morning, Kevin presented some really nice data that I wish I could get a copy of that slide that shows the impact of detection of cerambicids in wood packaging material. And what he shows in that slide was basically a tremendous reduction of the detections of cerambicids in wood packaging material. And this is the result of good implementation of this standard, ISPN 15, which is an international standard that was initially developed by NAPO. So I want you to take a look at this because this is, it's very important. It's a very important contribution that our organization has in the practical application of this. Kevin was very clear, and he mentioned that some of this effect was due first, the implementation of ISPN 15, but the increasing compliance, international compliance with these issues. And so we're very pleased about that because that is the result of all the outreach, the workshops, all the information that we are disseminating, and other people that collaborate with NAPO are also disseminating about this particular ISPN 15 case. So in the US, that has been the case. In the US and Chile, for example, this is data from interceptions. The reduction of interception of wood-related pests in the wood packaging material has been almost 50%. So it's significant. So even though this is not a complete eradication of this pest in this wood packaging material, it is a significant contribution. So it's in the positive direction, basically. So NAPO currently has a total of, at this point, we have 14 expert groups working on different projects this year. We have a total of 18 projects, 10 of them are completed. Eight of those projects have deliverables in 2017 and beyond. Some of these projects are continuing forever, like the pest alert system. There is no end to that. We do it all the time. So some of these projects are there forever, but a lot of these projects are completed usually between 1 and 2 years, depending on the project. I want to just bring this up, that we have a call for new project proposals starting in June. So if you or your organization is interested in collaborating with NAPO, this is a good opportunity to submit a proposal for a project, so we can collaborate at the North American level. The expert groups are the engine. These are some of the most important components of the NAPO structure. They are the engine that generate all this work, particularly the regional standards, the science and technology documents, the discussion documents, and all those other work, deliverables. These expert groups are also made by members from all 3 countries. These are experts in very specific areas. We have expert groups working in rain, expert groups working in capra beetle, Asian gypsy moth. We have people from CFIA here. You heard the talk from Wendy. She's one of those working on this Asian gypsy moth project. This is a NAPO-related project too. We have people working on capra beetle, a very important pest of rains. So many projects, all of them being developed by these highly specialized people in these different areas from all 3 countries. So we have people from Canada, from the US, from Mexico. We put these groups together to work in a project that usually takes about a year or 2. And when the project is completed, well, the group is dissolved or the group can continue with other projects in that area. I understand that prior to, I don't remember what year, but before, NAPO was working with panels, which is a different concept. Now we work with expert groups. In the expert groups, we also have a component from the industry. We have people from the industry that participate in this discussion. That's very important. Faye Campbell, for example, she's not from the industry, but she participates in some of these discussions in the expert groups, and we really appreciate that kind of participation. So these are some of the names of people that participate in our expert groups. Most of them from the government, like I said, but there are industry members too, and I will show that. The people here in white are present in this meeting, and you have heard some of them talking today. Peter Mason giving the talks in biological control, Wendy Asbill giving the talks in Asian gypsy moth. These are also part of what we do in NAPO. And these people are heavily involved in these expert groups with different projects. And again, this is the expert group component from the industry. So it's very important for us to have the industry participate in this. NAPO has, like I said, many different projects going on. I don't want to go through all of them because I know it can take a long time. But I just want to give you an idea of some of these projects. I think color-coded are the projects, like, in black are the ones that are ongoing projects. For example, the validation of risk period for regulated Asian gypsy moth in countries of origin. This is what Wendy Asbill is working on, and her expert group. We also have projects in biological control, where Peter Mason is also in charge of that. We also have these projects that have been completed and are now in country consultation. So what I mean by country consultation is that the project will be completely finished, the document is there, and now we are asking all these 3 countries, the public, the industry, anybody in general, to provide comments about this. It's a good opportunity for you in the invasive species group to provide comments about some of these projects. Again, this is a continuation of that list. You can see here, for example, we have a very important project dealing with capra beetle. Capra beetle is one of the most important pests of store grains. It can be devastating if that insect is brought to North America, mainly because the grain industry in North America is extremely important. So it's one of the projects that we have in our high priority list. And again, this is a continuation of that list, so you can get an idea of the kind of project that we do in NAPO. The other component is our collaboration with the International Plant Protection Organization, and we do many things with other NPPOs, RPPOs. One of the things that we do is, well, of course, we promote harmonized phytosanitary measures. We also gather and disseminate information on health, hosting international workshops. We collaborate in different events. For example, the IPPC collaborates a lot with NAPO to develop workshops to pretty much train people on different issues. An example of that was the ISPN 15 workshop. We have a couple of workshops scheduled for, actually one workshop scheduled for this year, and that is also within the umbrella of the IPPC. But we participate, we organize, and we also do the training. And so finally, I want you to let you know that there are different ways you can participate with NAPO. The first one is, of course, like I said, providing comments on the documents we have completed, and they are in our webpage. These are documents that are for country consultation. There is an open period. After that, we don't accept more comments. All this information can be found in our webpage, www.napo.org. So that's one way that you can collaborate. Another way is by submitting projects. So you can submit projects that you probably think can be relevant, and we can work on at the NAPO level regarding invasive species, for example. And this project will be considered during that submission process and will be evaluated by the AMC and eventually approved by the EC, the Executive Committee. You can also participate in our symposia and workshops. We have a symposium on risk-based sampling coming up in late June this year in the Washington area. You can look at that information also in the webpage. It's a very important symposium for those people that deal with inspections. Risk-based sampling is an emerging issue, and we are providing this expertise through this symposium. We also have the annual meeting. This will happen in beautiful Merida, New Mexico, this year in October. So if you also want to participate, this is another option. You can join us in the annual meeting. You can look for that information on our webpage, and you can get a better idea of the kind of work that we do during that meeting. So these are the criteria that we use when people apply for submit proposals for new projects. We evaluate those proposals, like I said. These are the criteria that we use. It has to be in alignment with the NAPO philosophy. Basically, it has to have some impact in the NAPO region, etc. And this is evaluated by the AMC, and then approved by the Executive Committee. So here we go. This is what you will find on our webpage if you're interested in the annual meeting. I strongly encourage you to visit our webpage, www.napo.org. Just take a look at it. You will find all the information I have presented in this talk today, plus more. And I want to just finally say thank you to Stephanie for allowing me to present this information to you here. So without anything to add, I will be glad to answer any questions. And that concludes my talk.
Thank you, Juan. Time for questions.
This is a comment more than a question. I think Alonso didn't give full credit. NAPO is a very welcoming organization. I've been involved with it for 15 years. Not 15, but 13 anyway. I have participated on several panels and now expert groups. If you get involved and you're interested in the pests that affect forestry and other natural ecosystems, you can have a real influence. You can be a very active participant in it and help guide strategies and regional standards, which later often become the basis for the international standards. And that's important because under international trade rules, if you're in compliance with an international standard, you don't have to jump through as many hoops to prove that your phytosanitary measure is necessary and meets the World Trade rules. So it's a lot better to get a good standard and then press countries to comply with it so as to prevent new pests from being introduced into North America. It's a very important organization.
Thank you very much, Faith. I really appreciate that observation.
It's a lot less active on invasive plants, but it's done some, and if there were more people going to the meetings who wanted to do more on invasive plants, it could come back up the priority list. And it is interested, I know.
Thank you, Faith. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that you provide the service of a pest alert system. So I'm curious, how do you determine when a pest rises to the level that you need to put out an alert on? Who gets involved? I mean, it's not arbitrary.
So the question is how we determine when we put the pest in the pest alert system, what criteria we use, what is the level that we determine to say, yeah, this is critical. Well, this is based on, PPQ has a list of species that we need to keep an eye on, species that are not in the country, they are not in the area, and we use that as a baseline. And we depend largely on what other people in other countries report to us. And that's why it is so important to have this collaboration with the Caribbean, with Central America, with all these countries that are very important partners with NAPO, because we depend on them to get the reports. And some of these species that they report are in the list that PPQ has established, and they have no threshold. I mean, you either have that and it's critical, you have to take action on that. We don't have any threshold. So the simple presence of that pest in the proximity of the NAPO area is enough to raise a flag for the NAPO countries.
So when it's found in one of the 3 countries?
So when it's found in the 3 countries, yeah, we also send an alert system. And again, you saw the example with Asian longhorn beetle and EAB, for example, where we provide information about the spread. If there is a new report in a county where EAB has not been found, it goes through the pest alert system. It is sent to all the NAPO members or the people in the list, and they can see how fast EAB is spreading. Yeah. So we do this with the species that have been introduced already and have importance in some ways to plant health. Yeah. It's not every invasive species. It's mainly species that are somehow important to plant health. Yes. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thanks again, Alonzo. Okay, we're on a break for a half hour, so let's try and get back in here. How about a minute before 3:15? We're going to have a nice facilitated discussion following this. So 30, what? So back at 3:15, please.